Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage, and I hope everybody's having a good afternoon so far. We do have 3 tornado warnings already to get started in this live stream, all of which currently are in Minnesota, and we have a huge area of thunderstorms that's developing anywhere from Minnesota back into Kansas and Oklahoma. So the severe weather threat today is actually a very large area, but right now the greatest tornado risk is happening in Minnesota right now, where we have 3 different tornado warnings. We have one right now near Ellie, which is moving to the east-northeast. It's eventually going to move into Canada, but near the Winton and Ellie area, if you're in this particular area in northern Minnesota, make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, as this storm does continue to move to the east-northeast. Rotation with this storm is kind of hard to see since we're just so far away from the radar site, but it would be on the leading edge of this thunderstorm activity. So really right in about here is where we would be watching for the potential for a tornado, as this does continue to track more to the east-northeast and northeast over the next several minutes. That'll eventually go in the direction of Basswood Lake. We do have a couple of radar sites in Canada that can kind of see this as well from a little bit of a distance, but overall just no great radar view on this particular area of storms. So there may be a tornado at any time. Just the problem again is that the radar sites are very hard to come by in this part of Minnesota. So if you are in that warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place. Further down to the south and west, we have a couple more concerning areas of storm activity. We actually just a moment ago had very strong rotation near Deer River and just to the west of Grand Rapids, and there's 2 different tornado warnings here covering 2 different storms. The first of which is the northern storm, which actually had stronger rotation a moment ago. That rotation now is east of the Deer River area, moving to the east-northeast, eventually going to go towards the Chisholm area in Hibbing. So long-term, that's where that's heading. But that rotation's a bit broader than we had just a few moments ago. But if you are in that pink polygon, again, continue to stay in your safe place. The one near Grand Rapids, I think, is more of a wind threat right now, but there has been some broad circulation. So if you're in Grand Rapids or Blackberry, Marble, the Coleraine, or as Warba areas of Minnesota, just continue to stay in your safe place just in case. That rotation's been a bit broader over the last several minutes, but it could intensify as it moves to the east-northeast. Now, all this activity is associated with a tornado watch. We have a tornado watch across a very large chunk of Minnesota. This goes all the way from northeastern Minnesota back into southern Minnesota, so almost the entire state is included in a tornado watch, which means that conditions are favorable for there to at least be a few tornadoes. So that'll go across the entire state. Population's about 5 million in this particular tornado watch. Again, if you're anywhere in this tornado watch all the way until about 8 o'clock tonight, make sure that you're staying weather aware and make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts, as tornadoes will be a possibility with any storms, especially that stay more on the discrete side of things. But most storm activity so far has remained more clustered and linear, which means that overall that tornado threat should stay a bit lower in that activity, but definitely not a zero chance. Also, I wanted to point out that area of rotation east of Deer River, that's our main area of circulation, but we have another area of circulation near Highway 38 right now. So 2 different areas of rotation right now north of Grand Rapids. So there's actually 2 on that particular storm. Have really a lot broader circulation on the storm near Grand Rapids in Minnesota, but if you're in this area, just continue to stay in your safe place just in case. Now, we will have Stormchaser Connor Croft and Storm Runner Media with us here pretty soon. There are storms ongoing further down to the south, and these are expected to be pretty numerous to widespread. We have a large area of storms that's been developing across this entire area here, stretching again from Minnesota and Canada back into Nebraska. We have lots of thunderstorms firing up right now near Grand Island and Kearney. Overall, the tornado threat in this area will be low, but large hail and damaging winds will definitely be the main concerns as these storms really start to ramp up. And notice we already have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings here, mainly for the threat of $quarter to $half sized hail, and as well as the threat for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Most of the storm activity is outflow driven, meaning that the main concern again will be wind and hail, but any storms that can kind of attach to that outflow boundary will have a better chance at producing a potential for a tornado. So something to definitely keep in mind. And then further down here to the south and west, back over in Kansas, this is a sleeper tornado risk in my opinion today, and I actually wouldn't be surprised if we end up getting a few landspouts in this area. We've actually had some pretty strong rotation on that outflow boundary, which means that landspouts or gustnados will definitely be a possibility. We have several areas of rotation actually right now in Kansas, and we may have just briefly had a water or like some sort of landspout just west of Highway 23. Don't know if we had any sort of photographic evidence of that, but that rotation was really tight there for a brief amount of time just to the west of Highway 23. So definitely something to keep in mind here is that any area along this outflow driven boundary, we could actually see a landspout or even just a normal tornado over the next few hours. They have issued a severe thunderstorm watch across Kansas, which goes until 10 o'clock tonight. This is going to be mainly for the concern of damaging winds, large to very large hail, and the potential for a few tornadoes. We will probably be live throughout this entire event. I do think, again, that we'll probably at least get 1 or 2 tornadoes here in southwestern parts of Kansas, and I do think it's a sleeper risk. We could even see a drunknado, which, if you don't know what a drunknado is, it is basically a tornado that goes in multiple different directions. So that's definitely a possibility here that we'll have today across parts of Kansas with very slow moving thunderstorm activity. So definitely gonna be something to watch for here over the next several hours, as it does look like a very primed environment for something like that, because those storms will have almost no direction at all. I mean, they're really going to be moving very slowly to the south and east. That'll open the door for a significant flash flooding threat, in addition to the potential again for a tornado or two and very large hail over that entire area. All right, back over into parts of Minnesota right now. Again, we do have some rotation going towards the Cosahat area and going towards Coleraine and just to the north of Grand Rapids. Main area of circulation's been up here. We've had multiple areas of circulation in this particular area. Right now for the Grand Rapids area, again, it looks mostly like a wind threat if you're in Grand Rapids, Minnesota, but don't rule out a tornado. Just continue to stay in your safe place until this storm activity does pass. Overall, these storms are moving pretty quickly. So if you're in Grand Rapids, you really only got about 10 more minutes until this storm is kind of out of there, and then you'll still be watching for storms behind that one, but overall it'll be more of a wind threat by then. I think the greatest tornado threat is going to be along this leading edge of thunderstorm activity right now in the Grand Rapids area just to the west of Hibbing, so definitely keep that in mind right now. Also, the storm in Nebraska just got upgraded to a tornado possible label. Let's hop over to that real quick. There is a storm back over here in Nebraska. I believe it's going to be the one, it's in the one in Webster County and Adams County. It's this one. This one just got upgraded to a tornado possible label, and I can see why. Look at that hook that's developing on this. Wow. This is not even tornado warned. We actually got a hook echo developing on this storm right now. That right there's a hook. So we actually have a organizing storm here. Definitely some strong velocities too. Very possible that we get a tornado with this within the next few minutes. So again, this just got upgraded to a tornado possible label, and rotation is definitely appearing there. That's right over the Ayer area, I believe, of Nebraska, going towards Pauline and Glenville. So just south of Hastings, Nebraska, we definitely have some rotation there. That's definitely an interesting storm to watch for. I would say debatably this storm is actually rotating more than the storms back over in Minnesota right now. I mean, that one right there definitely has some rotation. We're right next to the radar site, which definitely helps, by the way. Being right next to the radar site's a big perk with this storm. You'll be able to see the rotation really close up. So that rotation, again, right over Ayer in Nebraska. We got a little thumb developing, and that usually kind of indicates that little hook. We got an inflow notch as well. Your outflow boundary is way out here to the east, for the record. I mean, this outflow boundary is way over here. But we definitely have an organizing storm right here, and that's, again, near Highway 281. We'll see what this new radar scan shows as it comes in as we speak. We'll see what this looks like. There are a chance of storms in Oklahoma. There will be a chance of storms in Oklahoma. And here's the latest scan. So that inflow just got cut off really quickly, but we could still get a tornado with this. So still something to watch for. We'll wait for the velocities to update as well. But the 325 radar scan shows that rotation right over Ayer. And again, it'll be approaching Muriel and Pauline in Nebraska. Also, Storm Runner Media will be with us in the next 5 minutes. So we'll have them with us. And then Connor Croft, I believe, will be live at 4. So we'll have 2 Storm Chasers with us today. Here's the latest scan. Yeah, we definitely still have some rotation here. It's definitely rain wrapped. I mean, I wouldn't rule out a tornado near Ayer. We still actually, if you look at the reflectivity here, that's your hook, that's your inflow right there. There's definitely some rotation, and it's very rain wrapped over Ayer. And again, this is behind the outflow boundary, which doesn't happen too frequently. But definitely a storm to watch for if you're anywhere near Pauline or Glenville in Nebraska, south of Hastings. Storm is definitely rotating. There's no doubt about that. I don't blame them for issuing a tornado possible label. See the rotation over the last couple scans, just kind of slowly drifting to the east. It was initially moving north, and now it's moving more to the east. So if we do get a tornado, it'll be going towards Pauline. We might get a warning on that. We'll see. Let's go back to Minnesota again. We'll go back to Nebraska in a moment because I want to check out the other storms. This is the latest scan back over here in Minnesota. And we have multiple tornado warnings in Minnesota. We got these two for Grand Rapids. The one north of Ellie has been let, I believe, to expire, or actually was canceled. So that one was canceled. We are back down to 2 tornado warnings, and we have 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. Main area of rotation that we'll be watching for right now in Minnesota is this right here, northwest of Marble, and to the northeast of Grand Rapids and north of Coleraine, and eventually going towards Keewatin and Hibbing. Lots of crazy pronunciations. If you're in this track in Chris Holm, just stay weather aware. The storm, though, is definitely rotating right now. We definitely have some circulation. Once again, moving to the east-northeast, and could produce a tornado at any time. All right, let's go back to Nebraska again. I want to check out these storms up and down the line. I think we have a few areas of rotation. Let's look. There's something happening here, too. Near Polk in Nebraska, too, just east of Highway 30, north of Interstate 80. I have a little bit of rotation there as well on the leading edge of that activity. And then this, again, the one that we were just talking about, the one near Pauline. So we got a bit of an inflow going to the storm. We got a hook as well on this. It very well could produce a tornado as it moves east. So if you are in this particular area, definitely make sure that you're staying away from windows. We could get a tornado. Again, it's not tornado warned. There is a tornado possible label. Rotation obviously doesn't look super impressive, but keep in mind, we're right next to the radar site, so the resolution's a little bit funky, but we definitely at least have some broad circulation moving towards Pauline in Nebraska. Kansas, let me check on Kansas real quick. Let's go back down to these storms again. The one south of Ogalla also, it looks like, has a little bit of rotation. Not really super crazy, but there's at least some rotation there. We've had rotation on this one in Kansas, too. We've had actually a couple storms rotating here in Kansas. We did initially possibly have a little landspout back over here south of Dighton. All 3 areas that I just circled have at least some broad circulation. Now, granted, 2 of them are really the furthest southern ones not attached to a thunderstorm. Could get a landspout or a gustnado with that area of rotation. But this is an environment here in southwestern Kansas where I do think we legitimately could have a few tornadoes today. The Storm Prediction Center did mention a tornado or 2 are possible. There is a 5% tornado risk here today. Today's video, by the way, I did not have it, the update for the 5% tornado risk did not come in until recently, so we didn't have that earlier today. But we have a 5% tornado risk across southwest Kansas. We have another large 5% tornado risk across Minnesota and Wisconsin. So 2 different areas where there's a more elevated tornado threat, and then we have a 2% tornado risk that goes all the way into Wisconsin and the Michigan Michigan Panhandle, and then back over into the Texas and Oklahoma Panhandle is where we could still see an isolated tornado or 2. But the most elevated areas are the ones in the brown shaded areas. And honestly, southwest Kansas, I do think, is a sleeper tornado risk today. Even though, this is not a super favorable storm mode, the storms are going to be moving very slowly in this environment. So I do think overall our threat for tornadoes is definitely going to be a little bit, at least, on the higher side of things here in Kansas. So definitely something to keep in mind here. There was just a landspout here. Yeah, I think there may have been a landspout with one of these 2 storms. I think it might have been in the special weather statement, actually. Let me check. Yeah, landspouts and wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour. So this area that we're just talking about in Kansas just produced a landspout. That right there would have been a landspout just to the west of Ravena. Again, it's not attached to a thunderstorm, which is why it would be a landspout. Now, going back several scans, that is where it was. Now, from here, we could get a legitimate tornado with this particular storm that's now developed right along Highway 23 northwest of the Ravena area. But prior to that, we actually had probably at least a landspout there, which is pretty crazy. And I'm not sure where Storm Runner Media is right now. We'll find out whenever they go live. They're not live quite yet. They're supposed to be live like 5 minutes ago. But if they are in this area, then we will probably have a view of at least some sort of rotation or maybe even a landspout in the next few minutes. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. Back over into Nebraska. Once again, we do still have some rotation here. Velocities haven't updated yet, but if we do have a tornado with this, it would be just to the east of Air, Nebraska. We'll see what the velocities show once they update. If they do update, which this is 6 minutes old, so we'll see if they end up updating. But this storm has had some rotation. There is a tornado possible label on it for a reason, as there has at least been some broad circulation with that moving to the east right now. Let's go back into Minnesota. We'll go back to Grand Rapids once again. And it looks like on this particular storm, we still have two areas of circulation. We got the one north of the Coleraine area, and we got the other one just to the northeast of Grand Rapids. So still two areas of circulation. They're both on the broader side of things, but either one of these could produce a tornado as this moves off to the northeast. The Nosh, Wok, and Hibbing and Chisholm areas will be eventually in the track of this. So if you're in those locations, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building as this moves off to the northeast. No problem, Damian. Yeah. I mean, honestly, again, it's a large area for storms today. We're not talking about like one isolated thunderstorm. Yesterday, we almost went live, but nothing really happened. There was a conditional, huge tornado threat back over in western Nebraska yesterday. And honestly, like I was close to activating a live stream, but nothing ended up getting going. Today is different, though. Today is a much more widespread thunderstorm, threat today. So by no means is this the same setup as what we had yesterday. Yesterday was a lot more discreet. Today is going to be a lot more widespread, and it's going to include a very large area. We're talking anywhere from Minnesota all the way back into Kansas. We're basically going to get one very long line of thunderstorms, and this is all going to develop. A lot of it will be slow moving down to the south. It'll be faster moving up here in Minnesota, and so the storm activity is going to be very, very active today. There's no doubt about that. So today's definitely a day that you want to be weather aware. If you're anywhere in any of the watches today, as it's, obviously it's not like an enhanced risk or something like that, but it is definitely a threat that is notable. I mean, we have a lot of areas here that are under the gun here for severe weather. And, Minnesota in particular is going to be the greatest tornado threat, I think, today, and as well as southwest Kansas, which apparently there was a funnel cloud reported near Garden City, which there could be a landspout developing east of Garden City right now. So we have another area of circulation there as we speak. Let's go back over to this screen. Let me change this to... Give me 1 second. We got Stormer Media live with us now, and I'm trying to fix the screen here. 1 moment. Okay. Yeah, there definitely could have been a funnel cloud there briefly. There was a little bit of rotation near Mansfield. Okay, so new update on the tornado warning up to the north. Still have some rotation on the leading edge of this activity too, which again, landspouts are possible anywhere near Ravena right now. So if you're in the Ravena area, definitely stay weather aware. Again, if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, definitely seek shelter. Landspouts very well a possibility with these storms. Still have some broad circulation near Alamota as well. And then back over west to Hayes. We also still have rotation with this storm. Got a bit of a radar hole up here near Ogalla and Ellis in Kansas, but there is at least some broad circulation there. And then we still have that storm that's back over south of Hastings that did have some rotation. They have removed the tornado possible label. There is still some broad circulation here though, so I wouldn't, I would at least still stay weather aware if you're over in Glenville. There's still definitely a possibility that we do get a tornado as this moves to the east northeast, but again, over the short term at least, it's not imminent, but it could produce something down the road. Do have an update on the most northern tornado warning here back over north of Coleraine. Deer River is no longer included in this tornado warning in Minnesota. Grand Rapids and Blackberry still in the tornado warning. Area of rotation just east of Grand Rapids, and then the one back over west of the Nash Walk area has really broadened out for the most part. So I think really the main area to watch for would be Coleraine, and even then, I'm going to be honest with you, the rotation's not super crazy, but we are pretty far away from the radar site, so we're still looking, well up into the atmosphere. So that means that this could end up being some sort of lowering or some sort of wall cloud, so just keep that in mind. But again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. And it looks like Stormer Media has a pretty good view of a storm that's bubbling up there in Kansas, so we'll keep a close eye on that. And the southern tornado warning just updated as well. So if you're in Grand Rapids, you are probably fine now as long as you're on the south or west side of the town. Blackberry, Coleraine are still in the warning, so continue to stay in your safe place if you are in those two locations as of right now. Thank you, Erica, for becoming a minimum velocity member, and also thank you to MGW for the $9.99. What, like Connor Croft putting on the mustache and putting on that fake hair? What, should I do that too? That you have in for the super chat. fire in Ruidoso. Or talking about the, I don't even know how to pronounce that name, but in New Mexico there was a pretty big fire yesterday, and I think it's still, I'm almost not guaranteeing you that thing is still going. There's a big fire that exploded in New Mexico yesterday, and it's unfortunately it's still going. So all right, we'll give this another radar scan. I want to go back down to Kansas again here in a second. We have multiple landspouts that are trying to develop in Kansas right now, so I want to kind of focus some activity on that. They don't always issue tornado warnings for landspouts, by the way, which is the reason why I kind of want to cover it a little bit more. Landspouts usually aren't as strong as a tornado anyways. And the latest scan, by the way, just broad circulation right now near Coleraine and Marble. If you're in either of those two locations in Minnesota, continue to stay in your safe place. Still got some rain-wrapped rotation moving to the east-northeast. Anything further off here to the north right now near Ellie is mostly wind. Could still get a brief tornado out of this activity up in northeastern Minnesota. And then back over here in central and southern Minnesota, that tornado risk is going to start to increase in the next couple hours. So if you are anywhere in here near Minneapolis, Hutchinson, Wilmar, St. Cloud, don't think you're done yet, because the tornado threat will eventually start to increase here as we go later into the daylight hours and eventually getting closer to sunset. So that threat is definitely going to start to rise. And again, there could be a landspout with this storm right now northwest of Ravena. We still have rotation as well, just to the north of Highway 156 in Kansas. So two areas that we still have rotation in. And both of these are still potentially going to produce a landspout or two. So just keep that in mind. And still have that potential for a landspout or two in this area of southwestern Kansas. Wouldn't even rule out a tornado at some point down the road with this storm that's developing, the furthest southern storm south of Dighton. It does have that shape to it already, and it's probably going to start to organize more down the road. Let's check out the storm relative velocities here. Still have some rotation as well southwest of Ellis, Kansas. So there's still rotation there. There could be a landspout again with this storm right now west of Ravena in Kansas. I'm not sure if this is confirmed. Let me look and see if there's any confirmation of this. Is there any confirmation on this one? What is a landspout? It's basically a tornado that's not attached to a storm base. They're usually not as strong as actual tornadoes. They're usually not that strong, but they can still send debris flying. So definitely something to keep in mind. Confirm landspout near Ravena. Okay, yeah. So I mean, that doesn't really surprise me. I mean, this is probably producing a landspout. They actually just added a tornado possible label to this storm. So no tornado warning on this, but there is a tornado possible label on the particular storm that we're looking at here in Kansas, which again is producing a landspout, or has produced a landspout at the bare minimum. There's another area of circulation north of Highway 56 or 156 that is also probably doing the same thing, trying to produce a landspout. So a couple different areas that are trying to produce that potential, landspout threat right now. And Subtle, Kansas is currently where storm intermediate is, by the way. And so the clouds that you're looking at the bottom right of your screen is actually going to be this right here on radar. So that's the clouds that you're looking at right there in Kansas, which is quite interesting. It's just a large line of clouds in the sky. If you look either other direction, there's really no cloud cover. So pretty interesting stuff there. All right, I think we're good. I'm not muted. This plug keeps coming unplugged. It's really annoying. I got a new USB plug, but it's not long enough. I have to get another one. It literally just unplugs itself whenever I barely touch the cord. It's crazy. All right. As I was saying, this rotation is broader than it was before. So, not nearly as concerned about this right now. But if you're in Nashwauk, just continue to stay weather aware. We could still get a tornado with this as it moves to the east. But honestly, overall, that rotation is broader than what we've had over the last several scans. And looks more like a wind threat right now up here in Minnesota, up until these storms develop back over to the west of Minneapolis. I do think we're going to get a tornado threat here soon with one of these new storms that's developing back over near Wilmar or Morris in Minnesota. So that, I think, will be our next tornado threat. While we wait for that, let's go over to Storm Runner Media. They are currently on a growing storm here.
Can break down, I mean,
back over in Kansas, or it's trying to blow up a little bit here. That's the development stages right now of a little, you know, or really a large updraft across parts of southwestern Kansas near Sublet in Kansas. That storm's going to probably explode here in the next hour.
We do have a severe watch. I know that's not what you mean.
Yeah, I have another USB cord. It just doesn't reach.
Severe watch out today. Tornado probs are 20 and 10. Wind is 70-40, I think.
Yeah, they're looking at the storm back over in Sublet, which is going to be back over here. They're looking in this direction, so this would be where we're watching for initiation. And so anything that really develops in this environment, again, will be capable of very large hail, damaging winds, and perhaps the potential for a tornado. West of Ravena, again, we have a very strong area of rotation on radar. And this, again, could be a landspout. It also could turn into a tornado with it being very close to the cloud base here. So this is a storm to watch for in Kansas. I wouldn't rule out a potentially stronger tornado if this does develop. Our rotation's been really organizing here for quite a while. It's turning. Could get a drunk NATO too. Again, a drunk NATO. The definition's at the top right of your screen. Again, it's a tornado that it develops and really barely moves on radar, and even barely moves in real life too. So that right there, west of Ravena. Wow, okay. This might get tornado warned. This is a really nasty looking storm right now. Let's see what the velocities show. West of Ravena. Whoa. Okay, this I think is going to get tornado warned. That rotation is very strong right now west of Ravena in Kansas. I mean, this has a hook echo, and it also has a very strong area of rotation on the latest scan. So west of Highway 23 right now, that could turn into a strong and or large tornado if it does develop. That is really strong rotation. If you are in Ravena, I would seek shelter. They're probably going to issue a tornado warning on that. I mean, that doesn't get much stronger than that. I honestly wouldn't even be surprised if it was already on the ground. That is really, really strong. Wow. That's a huge uptick on rotation. I mean, we've gone through the last few scans. There wasn't much there up until this last scan. If this does drop, it's probably moving west. But again, it's probably going to be a drunk NATO. So it could go any direction if it does drop. But once again, I do think that there's a high likelihood that this is going to be on the ground. If not, it already is on the ground. Just to the west of Ravena. They have a tornado possible label on this storm, so just also keep that in mind. Also, Connor Croft just went live. I don't know if he's in the same area of southwest Kansas or not, but I'll let you know. Yeah, that rotation's very strong. Assuming that's not contamination. Let me just double check that. By the way, the tornado warnings have all expired. So we're just on this tornado possible right now. But this one, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this gets tornado warned. Either that or we're just going to be talking about a landspout here, which is very possible. But yeah, that's definitely rotation, looking at the other radar. Yeah, Connor and Stormchaser Meteor together. We're going to be adding another Stormchaser here pretty soon, by the way, so we're we're trying to get more diversity across the board when it comes to just being in different areas, because right now Stormer Media and Connor Croft are usually together, so I'm trying to get somebody else that's kind of away from that, usually, at least for some of these bigger events, because this, you know, this event today, for example, this goes anywhere from, you know, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas back into Minnesota. It'd be nice if we had like one person in Kansas, one person in Nebraska, one person in, you know, Minnesota or whatever it might be. So we're gonna be doing that probably here pretty soon. By the looks of it, this is on the ground, by the way. By the looks of it, that this is on the ground, also from Stormchasers in the area. We'll have another radar scan here in a second. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is a very nasty looking supercell here in Kansas that is likely producing either a landspout or a tornado just to the west of Ravena. If you're in Ravena, Kansas, you need to seek shelter. There's no warning on this right now, but I would definitely seek shelter if you're in this area. Here's the latest scan. See what the velocities look like here. And that's your rotation right now. Very strong rotation. We have a hook echo and everything. Still no warning on this right now in terms of a tornado warning or anything like that. It's just a tornado possible label. Near Highway 23 in west of Ravena. Just waiting for the velocities to update. Oh, is this the latest update? No, it's not. All right, we're still waiting on an update here. Still waiting. By the way, east of Garden City, I'm not really seeing any sort of landspout imminent right now, just an FYI. The velocity's never updated on this latest scan. But again, if we do have a tornado or landspout, it'd be right here west of Highway 23. Which is very possible in this environment that we have one of the other. And further up to the north, we still have some rotation along Highway 96, and this could also turn into some sort of landspout or maybe brief tornado down the road. And then further off to the north near Ellis, we've had some broad circulation on that as well, mainly a golf ball-sized hailstorm at least at this time. Back over east of Waukene in Kansas. But again, really strong rotation right now, just to the west of Ravena. That right there is your rotation about 7 minutes ago. The radar has not updated for velocities, but that right there that I've circled would be where the tornado is located. Hasn't really moved much, and actually it did update on my phone. This rotation right now on the latest scan is moving southwest. So again, this is a pretty much drunk tornado. If it is on the ground, it's going to be moving southwest. And there's the latest scan. So look at that. It's actually moving southwest right now. And again, this environment in southwestern Kansas today, drunk tornadoes are very possible where tornadoes could go, again, any direction. They could go east, they could go north, they could go south, meaning that if you are in any tornado warning today in southwestern Kansas, definitely stay weather aware, and even in a severe thunderstorm warning, because we could legitimately end up seeing, you know, we literally could see tornadoes go in multiple different directions in this environment today. And we also got a big hail core developing right now northwest of Ravena. So big hail core developing up there, and you actually can see that on the correlation coefficient. This is probably producing at least ping pong ball sized hail, but I wouldn't be surprised if we had some golf balls falling out of the sky, or even something larger than that cannot be ruled out. Definitely a intense supercell right now here in Kansas. This is the latest scan. I mean, again, really strong rotation right now west of Ravena. Really strong rotation. Once again, there's a high likelihood that we have a tornado on the ground. If you are right now near Ravena, near Highway 23, near Highway 156, west of Calvesta, it's again a very rural area, mostly farmland, but if you know any friends or family here, or you're in this area, make sure that you are getting to your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. By the looks of it, it does appear like it's a landspout, so That right there, west of Ravena, does look like a landspout. It's a crazy strong rotation, though. I mean, it's right over where the hook is. It is a very slowly rotating landspout, by the way. I mean, like, it's spinning, but it's not spinning super fast. But definitely on the ground. I'm retweeting the photo on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Yeah, this is, again, definitely on the ground. We have no warning on this. If you're right now west of Ravena, near the farmlands here, North Highway 156, northwest of Calvesta, you need to seek shelter. There is definitely a either a landspout or tornado on the ground. I'm leaning towards this being a landspout, but very strong rotation right now over the west side of Highway 23. But yeah, this is definitely on the ground. Actually, if I'm looking at this right, this actually could be a tornado. If this is attached to the storm base, which it actually on radar looks like it is, this is more than likely a tornado. There's no warning on this again. Which they do have a special weather statement for this entire area for landspout potential as well. But once again, this is to me it looks like it's attached to the storm base or the cloud base, which usually in most cases again would be a tornado. West of Highway 23, west of Ravena. And again, if you want to see the photo of it, it's on my Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. And the latest NATO cast outlook, believe it or not, look at this. This is the latest NATO cast outlook. They actually added a 10% tornado risk down here in southwestern Kansas. Now, for the record, today's outlook is only a 5% tornado risk, but the latest NATO cast outlook has it at a 10% risk today. So that's something to keep in mind. And this is the latest scan. Again, still really strong rotation right now. This is, again, moving southwest. It is a tornado that's on the ground moving down to the southwest, west of Ravena. So if you are in this warning, again, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Near the farmlands here, North Highway 156, northwest of Calvesta, and west of Ravena. It's huge, but it's so slow. Yeah, it's not moving really anywhere on radar either. This is over the last about 15 minutes. This thing is barely moving right now to the southwest. You don't usually see tornadoes moving southwest. This one is. This one is indeed moving southwest. The storm in Kansas, this one just got upgraded to a baseball-sized hail threat. So this is now a destructive storm here in Kansas, producing baseball-sized hail. If you're in this warning, again, make sure that you are getting to your safe place. This is now upgraded to a destructive storm, with baseball-sized hail being a threat. And again, still more than likely a landspout or even a tornado right now, moving down to the southwest as well. So again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, if you are currently in this warning. Oh. I think Connor has a view of a landspout right now. I don't have him pulled up. Give me 1 second. Let's go to here.
Thank you, guys.
We gotta put on Connor here.
Much appreciated.
This is Connor Croft. He's looking at possibly a landspout right there in the middle of your screen.
I don't even know how to get there. Let's
Just go straight on this
Right
road.
there in the middle of your screen, a landspout. That's back over in Sublette, Kansas. So this is not even the same area that we're talking about right now.
A storm yet. Might have a landspout already developing here.
100%.
Very middle of your screen. You can kind of see that dust right there on the ground.
Right under that base.
It's by the power lines.
Definitely more than likely a landspout.
Alright, let's get it.
Yeah, let's get it.
It is landspout country in southwestern Kansas right now.
We're going in. Potential landspout.
Yeah, I see that off the northwest a little bit.
Yeah,
Yo, we're on
landspout.
landspout hunt today.
Yeah, look how skinny
let's see.
Go.
the dust is. That's definitely.
They're gonna be driving towards it. We'll keep a close eye on that. Again, that's Connor Croft. He's driving towards that. Right there in the middle of your screen, you can see it again. It's hard to tell. I can't really tell. You would be able to tell more than I can.
Landspout right there, chat. Right there. Already got a landspout, I think.
He thinks it's a landspout. It's again near Sublette, Kansas.
Just gonna have to find
There is a massive special weather statement, by the way, for this entire area. And what is the live button doing way up there? What in the world? But there is a large area that we're talking about today for a special weather statement. This, you know, I don't usually point out special weather statements because they're usually not that significant. But this entire gray boxed area is a special weather statement, and it goes for an hour for the potential for landspouts. So this entire area is under a quote-unquote, almost like, you know, you call it a landspout warning. It's really not a landspout warning. This entire area, though, is under that potential here. So if you're anywhere from Hayes back into Liberal or Euless here in Kansas, you definitely have to stay weather aware because, I mean, we could see multiple landspouts over the next couple hours. This one over here, west of Ravena, is still going. I mean, it's still on the ground. It's still going. It's chugging along right now, moving down to the south. So, once again, west of Ravena. Still have a landspout in progress. Currently moving to the south and southwest. It'll be approaching Highway 156. And there's no warning on it, so many people might not be aware of that. So if you know anybody northeast of Garden City here in the rural suburbs near the farmlands, make sure to give them a call or text and make sure that they're aware of that, as this is again currently producing the potential for a potentially larger landspout as it continues to move down to the southwest. Let's go back to, let me put Storm Media back on the bottom right here. That's Storm Media on the bottom right. We can alternate really easily now between the two, but they're not looking at anything too crazy right now. They are going to be approaching the storms, I think, actually near Garden City soon. I think Connor Croft might be doing the same thing, but Connor Croft just saw a landspout. We could get another one of those, so we'll keep a close eye on that. But once again, we still have very strong rotation. We still have a landspout in progress west of Highway 23. It is unwarned. Once again, so if you know any friends or family in this area, just let them know, as it could be sending a lot of dust, possibly some flying debris as well as that moves down to the southwest. By the way, thank you, Timothy, for the 10 gifted members. I do appreciate it. Put smarts in the chat for Timothy. Appreciate the generosity. And if you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Timothy in the chat. And also thank you, Jerry, for becoming a moderate velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. By the way, today's live stream is brought to you by ESP Shelters. If you need an above-ground storm shelter, you can pick one up at espshelter.com. The link's at the top of the description. They have above-ground storm shelters that are very easy to install, and they are also able to withhold very strong tornadoes. So if you need one across the Great Plains or any other state, you can pick one up at espshelter.com. And once again, if you're just tuning in, this is in Kansas, where we do a very strong rotation and a landspout that is currently in progress. So again, if you are west of Ravena, continue to stay in your safe place. And then back over near Sublette, which is where Connor is, this was probably the landspout, is my guess. It was probably this right here, or that. And again, they are not very strong areas of rotation on radar. But those two areas are where we're looking at rotation. We actually got another one, got like 5 different areas of very weak and very broad rotation. But any of those could legitimately produce landspouts. And here's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. They have just mentioned that the potential for hail, damaging winds, and landspout tornadoes will continue. So there you go. Landspout tornadoes will continue. That's what we're looking at right now, by the way. I'm almost certain that that is actually a landspout. I kind of thought it might have been a tornado, but the one that's back over west of Ravena. It never got tornado warned, so. Let's go back to Connor briefly. I do want to show you this. This is, where's the button?
Driving down the road.
Middle left of your screen. Kind of see all that dust being picked up. And there's some very
No
broad
way.
rotation on this
It's gotta be-
area
it's
of,
gotta be,
you know, along this bound, watching for the potential for landspouts. And Connor Croft is right on that area right now. Let's just see how elevated the clouds are, but landspouts do thrive in this type of environment.
Stupid.
Really?
Yes, bro.
Well, the first ones were not. Like, that's not from a tractor. Those are.
Yeah, this is gonna make
Rotation
it
just
difficult to
disappeared?
identify landspouts now, because I guess all
What
the
in the
stupid
world just
tractors
happened?
are out plowing.
This is a legitimate drunk NATO that we just saw. Wow, that landspout that we just had occluded out of like nowhere. This thing's gone. We had a landspout right here north of Highway 156. That thing is gone. It is a goner. And again, this began to move initially. It was kind of going west, and it went down to the southwest, and it occluded now down to the south. And again, this is what we would call a drunk NATO. We have a new animation for drunk NATOs, by the way. I know it's very fancy. But again, drunk NATO is a tornado that moves various directions. But in this case, probably more of a drunk spout more than anything, as it was moving various directions here. We could see redevelopment for some sort of tornado or landspout back over near Ravena as well. So this area in particular will be an area to watch for in terms of that redevelopment, as that first one just occluded. We have more development that could happen as well back over north of Pierceville, and we could also see more development back over to the south of Garden City, back over near Route 83. So a few different areas that we're watching for that potential of a landspout or two over the next hour or so. We could even see that also back up here in other parts of Kansas, where we actually do have some circulation approaching the Natoma area. So if you're in Natoma, definitely make sure that you are staying weather aware, as there's some broad rotation there that is currently tracking to the east and east-northeast. Further back up to the north, back over in Nebraska, which is an area that we have not looked at much recently, there is actually still a tornado possible label on this storm activity near Clay Center, and that is because of this right here. On the leading edge of this outflow boundary, we actually do have some rotation. So just south of Clay Center, south of Harvard, we do have another tornado possible label, meaning that we could see a tornado eventually. And then further back over to the west of Omaha, mostly a wind threat across the board. There is still some broad circulation in a few different areas. They have also added a tornado possible label to this new supercell that's developing near Starbuck and Glenwood over in western Minnesota. So that is another threat that we're going to be watching for as well. All right, let's go back to we'll go back to Connor here for a moment.
Yeah, let's get out, chat. Let's get out.
They're looking at some landspout potential back over there in
Gosh, it's just pure
south of
manure
Garden
out
City
here.
right now.
Where you look for landspouts is under these bases right here, and sometimes they can even become hybrid landspouts, where they literally get mesocyclones. Look at the rising scud right here, so this is definitely starting to actually rotate. But then look right below it, you see a bunch of dirt.
Yeah, the rotation is back, by the way, on that storm.
That's a landspout, potentially, or a gust NATO below the base.
This
But
is the west of
we zoom in
Ravena.
more, it's just a tractor, so that's going to be very deceiving today. If the dust doesn't go high into the sky, we're not going to be able to call on the landspout because we just won't know.
Usually you'll get like a really skinny, like.
Look at that spin right there, though.
Yeah.
That might try and form a landspout, like a legit one right
No,
there.
it is.
Like that is actually spinning right there, though.
There's like 3 different spots of spin.
All right, we have
Yeah.
a new update for Kansas here. We now have a destructive storm anywhere from the Alameda area back into Highway 156. This entire area is under a new severe thunderstorm warning. There is a potential for baseball-sized hail, which again will be destructive, damaging winds up to 60, and there's also a tornado possible label on all of this storm activity. So if you're anywhere in this area, continue to stay away from windows, stay on the lowest floor possible, as very large hail and the potential for a tornado or landspouts will be a possibility here over the next few, really not few hours, but over the next hour. But we could also see that threat for the next few hours. These storms are not moving very far. They're not moving very fast. So multiple landspouts and multiple very large hail events in the same areas will be a possibility. Do have a new area of circulation just west of Ravena right now, and that's the new rotation that's developing. Could get a new landspout with this here momentarily. So we're watching for that potential very closely right now, just to the west of Ravena in Kansas. We have a new area that we might get another landspout in as well, east of Garden City. Look at this right here. Could get a landspout right there in the next few minutes. We'll have to watch that closely. And then further down to the south, the one that Connor's on right now, this one's rotating, and it's also trying to produce a landspout. Let's go to Connor real quick. Connor's in the area where there might be a landspout.
That is laminar. That is not. Oh yeah, look at it, look at it, look at it.
Is that a gust NATO?
Tube. There it is. That is the legit one.
Okay, that is that. Yeah, that's actually a landspout right there. You can see the motion now moving to the right to left. That's a landspout back over in Sublette, Kansas.
100% at least a gust NATO there. That one could...
Either a landspout or a gust NATO. It might be a gust NATO. That's really far away from the storm base.
Not at least 100% related to a tractor.
This is what we're going to be seeing a lot today.
So
Stuff just like this.
Too, though,
Dude, you just see, like, yeah.
like sometimes you can't even see them, but that was like a rotating column there. So definitely at least a gust NATO. We're just on gust NATO landspout patrol right now. That was a column for a second. I think it showed up pretty good on the stream. See if it comes back or not.
Oh, there you go. That's, I think, the second landspout we've seen from Connor in the last like, I don't know, 10 minutes?
Goes higher
That's
up.
what today's going to be. It's going to be a lot of landspouts.
Just so dusty in general.
And we still have some broad circulation near Ravena. The area of new rotation that we just had a moment ago near Highway 23, that is also just occluded. So right now, the area of rotation is going to be trying to redevelop more than likely just west of Ravena. I do think our greatest landspout potential is going to start to increase down here, though, south of that initial area of activity. So back over near Pierceville, back towards where Connor is, near Sublette, Kansas. I think this corridor is where we're going to start to see some landspouts that could even be on the larger side of things. Over the next 30 to 45 minutes. So definitely be mindful of that, and we'll probably get some views of those here pretty soon. We definitely have some rotation as well near Mansfield that's developing as well. So a couple different areas that we're watching for right now for that potential for a landspout. This one looks the most imminent, though. We have rotation right now just to the east of Garden City. That is developing. This could develop into a landspout at any time. Thank you, Bella, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. By the way, the tornado threat in Minnesota is still far from done. We still got about 4 to 5 hours left on that threat. I think that threat will go until 8 o'clock tonight. Storms are just getting going now. Anything that's discrete will have the best chance of producing a tornado. So like this storm near Starbuck and Glenwood, that'll have one of the better shots at producing that potential for a tornado. So anything that can stay discrete in this environment. And right now, all these storms, for the most part, are tracking to the northeast. So this storm right now is moving that direction. We got this one that's moving more in this direction. Another storm going that direction. So all these storms are all relatively discrete. And again, what discrete means is that the storm is really just individual. It's like, you know, having one cookie instead of 25 cookies next to each other. That's basically what we're looking at here. So we got one solid updraft on each of these storms for the most part. The furthest northern one's more semi-discrete now, but anything that can stay discrete will have the best chance of producing a tornado. The one that's going towards Kirkhoven also looks a little bit concerning because, it is discrete. Pretty decent amount of shear in this environment today. Nicely curved hodographs, so we could see some rotation develop out of this here pretty soon as it starts to move more to the north and east. That watch goes until 8 o'clock tonight. So once again, we still have multiple areas of rotation. We got 1, we got 2, we got 3, and we got another one back up on the severe thunderstorm warning. So multiple areas of landspouts trying to develop right now in Kansas. It's there's storm intermediate on the bottom right of your screen. They're looking right now at that base as well. Again, storms are actually starting to fire here now, so as these start to develop more, we could start to actually get legitimate tornadoes. But more than anything, very large hail and damaging winds will be the main concern with this activity. Alright. Friendly reminder, by the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Click the bell icon down below so you're notified with the latest videos and live streams. Let's go back, I think, to Connor first. I'm going to try to get Storm Intermediate back up on here.
Blocking the view. They're not blocking the view, that they're messing with us, Chad.
How was that first?
This is Storm Intermediate's view of this activity right now. Just notice how elevated the clouds are right now. It gives you a pretty good indication here that we just have a very, lacking amount of moisture right now near the surface, with very warm temperatures. So these storms are going to be very elevated. The storm base is going, or the cloud base is going to be well off the ground. That's going to lead to more of a landspout threat here for probably the next couple of hours. I think we'll get a better shot at an actual tornado, probably closer to sunset once the temperature decreases more, and the dew point actually might be a bit higher by then. So what we're looking at right now is just very elevated clouds, and so landspouts are going to be more common with this sort of activity. Let's go back to here for now. Oh, actually, here's a better view of that. You can see that a little bit better here from Stormchaser Media. Could get a strong tornado in Minnesota. You really could get a strong tornado in either Minnesota or Kansas. I wouldn't rule it out in either environment, honestly. All right, so as I continue to await the landspout potential here in southwest Kansas, we'll go back to the storm that is northeast of Garden City, the most substantial supercell right now that we have on radar. This one has already produced a landspout at one point. Northeast of Garden City, we've already seen multiple landspouts develop across this area. What we're going to be watching for now is the potential for baseball-sized hail from Ravena back up to Alamota in Kansas, just northeast of Garden City. This threat is actually really significant at this point. This entire area right here near Highway 23 is producing the potential for very significant hail, which again will be upwards of the size of baseballs. So if you are in this particular area, make sure that you're staying away from windows, as this storm is still rather significant, even though, again, really rural areas. If you're like, a truck driver or anything like that traveling along Highway 23, definitely try to avoid this area, as significant hail will continue to be a threat here as this storm does continue to very slowly track to the east. It's not moving very fast. Storms further north, mostly wind and mostly lightning. There's not really a whole lot of rotation anymore from Ellis back into Ransom, Kansas. And we also have more storms that have developed back over between Hayes and Hastings, which are also mostly wind and lightning. Not really a lot of rotation on that right now. And then we still have a tornado possible label on the activity that is east of Clay Center here in Nebraska. And the main concern with this activity will be the threat for some gusty winds, maybe even some damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour with that outflow boundary. In addition to that, lightning will be very frequent. I don't really think we'll get a tornado with this, at least imminently, but we could get a landspout somewhere in here, back over near Edgar or even back through McCool Junction in Nebraska. So landspout threat definitely going to exist as well back over here in Nebraska, as multiple storms are firing up here across the board in Nebraska. We also have a live cam in Kearney, Nebraska. I do want to see if we have any view of anything there. Just give me 1 second on that. We might. Because Kearney, Nebraska is just to the west of where the storms are, but they do have a camera facing east. One moment. Can't find it. Nothing in Kearney right now. Well, there's nothing there, but if you look east, you'll probably see some pretty ominous skies. I'm trying to pull that camera up. Yeah, this is what it looks like in Kearney right now. This is on the virtual rail fan. Very ominous skies back there. Here's the high level of clouds as well. So looking to the east from Kearney, Nebraska, it's definitely very dark and ominous. So that's where we'd be looking for the potential for severe weather as of right now. And then further back to the west of Omaha, we do have an increasing area of wind right now developing near the Schulier area east of Columbus. So this could get warned here momentarily for damaging winds more than likely. That'd be the main concern as this activity does continue to track to the east and northeast. It's all outflow driven, so again, the tornado risk up here is low. It's not zero. And then back over in Minnesota, we are still watching and awaiting some supercellular development where we could get a tornado threat to start to increase within the next hour or two. Again, nothing looks super imminent, but the one near Starbucks still has broad circulation, so we'll have to watch that storm closely. And we also have a storm back over here to the east of Wadena in Minnesota, which also has broad circulation. And then anything else back over to the northeast in Minnesota is really just mostly wind, lots of rain, flooding potential, and lots of lightning. So that's the main concern up there as of right now. Let's go back to Storm Media here for the time being. They're again currently back over near the Sublet area of Kansas where there are storms now initiating. Very elevated storms. The main concern will be hail, wind, and landspouts.
And the one south of Garden City, we're near those.
I was looking over in the Verdusu, I think that's how you pronounce it, New Mexico, wildfire that's happening right now. I was trying to see if you could see it on radar. You can't. Has that fire gotten worse? I haven't kept track of it since yesterday. I saw yesterday that there's a major inferno that happened there. Very, you know, scary wildfire. I mean, there's like 8,000 people that live there in New Mexico. That wildfire was definitely getting pretty large by the looks of it. A lot of people were evacuating too. There was like 8,000 people again in that town. So back over in Staples, Minnesota, we have a lowering as of about 6 minutes ago. So that is going to be on this storm that is near Staples, and you actually can see that on radar here. So there is a lowering with this north of Staples in Minnesota going towards Pequot Lakes and Lake Shore. This is again back over in like central Minnesota. We have pretty poor radar coverage in this area, but there is definitely rotation on this on radar, and I am retweeting that on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. But there is a lowering on this. We got another, I think, Landspout. Let me pull this up here from Connor.
Over there.
This is Connor's view. He just had another Landspout a second ago.
Dust devil.
I think he still has one.
Dust devil right over there, chat. Again, doesn't look.
So many flies.
Doesn't look
Right there in the
related to
middle.
any farm activity.
This is going to be a Landspout outbreak, I think. I think after the stream's done, it'll probably be the Landspout outbreak in Kansas. I think that's going to be the name.
That one's gone. It looks like over here now. Just these tiny little dust devils, chat. And mix that with the fact that half of it might be farm equipment related, and it's just impossible to storm spot out here. Half these dust devils maybe have been original.
Multiple Landspouts today so far. Here's the latest radar scan. East of Garden City, we still have a potential for a Landspout here. Again, just northeast of Pierceville and east of Mansfield. I'll have another radar scan coming in here in a second. We'll see what the rotation looks like. This thing's been rotating for quite a while. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if we got a more sizable Landspout with this if it does develop. So something we're watching for, just to the southwest of Calvesta, north of Charleston, northeast of Pierceville. Here's that latest scan. Actually, just kind of weakened on the latest scan. So weaker on the latest scan. Still stronger near Ravena. So Ravena right now in Kansas. We have stronger circulation here. Pretty strong rotation. Another potential here for either a tornado or landspout as this does continue to move to the east. This would probably be more of a tornado, though. This is more attached, it looks like, to the storm itself. So definitely stay a weather aware, stay in your safe place if you're in Ravena. Baseball-sized hail is a continuing threat as well. And back over northwest of Sublet, we have strong rotation near Route 160. Connor Croft is in that area, and as well as Stormrunner Media. So we will see if we get another view here of a landspout or something along those lines here. That's another area, right along Route 160. which they are both in that area, so we'll see. This is just developed on the latest scan, so definitely a possibility that we get another Landspout here. The only tornado warnings that we currently have are in Canada, by the way, just an FYI. Let's pull up storm intermediate here real quick. This is storm intermediate's view right now of the storm as well over to your sublet. Again, just an elongated area of storms that's going to be developing right along this boundary. Very strong updrafts. Still waiting for that potential for another Landspout here as well.
Definitely. Are you pointing them at that, or are you pointing them at the one behind us?
That one.
I'll go back to them in a second. Chances of a tornado in Hays, Kansas? I think it's a lower chance up there. There's a better shot of there being a tornado or two back over here in southwest Kansas. Here's the deal with today. I talked about this on today's video too, but today's storm mode is going to be heavily driven towards storms that barely move. So we should have plenty of views of supercells today as they continue to ramp up over the next couple hours, especially in Kansas. And just notice this line that's developed. This is the HRRR model showing an elongated area of storms developed at 4. This is by 6 o'clock, and just notice how these storms develop and they barely move in southwest Kansas. So these are going to be very slow-moving supercells that develop later today. And anything that gets going will be predominantly a wind and hail threat, but we could also get the potential for a tornado. With anything that's really slow-moving like this, there will be an increased flash flooding threat for sure. But again, this is from 5 p.m. Just watch this storm right here near like Garden City. This is 5 p.m. all the way till 11 p.m. Look how far south that goes. It barely goes anywhere. It'll go from there to there over the span of 6 hours. You know how far that is in terms of distance, at least estimated by the HRRR model? That's about a 10-mile-per-hour moving supercell, moving down to the south and southeast. So these storms, again, going to be very slow-moving today. It's very primed for storm chasing, no doubt about that. But it's also very primed for very significant flash flooding if storms stay relatively stationary, which they probably will. So this is definitely an environment today where we are going to see that really unfold. And back over in Minnesota, I think that tornado threat will start to increase more, and it'll probably peak between 5 and 7:30 or so, maybe up to 8. So back over in central and southern Minnesota, the greatest tornado threat will be between now or so, probably about half an hour or so, up until about 8 for the greatest tornado threat. And then anything between Minnesota and Kansas, like Nebraska and Iowa, should be mostly wind and hail, but maybe an isolated tornado. I just don't think it'll be that substantial. This is a live radar Omega cyclone port in northwestern Iowa as well. Very windy over here in northwest Iowa right now, ahead of those severe, or at least strong storms that are back over to the west of the Spencer area. Nothing really in between Cherokee back to Windham, but anything that develops in here will be mostly a wind threat as that moves to the east. Still watching for a tornado risk to try to develop out of these storms that are back over near Glenwood. I don't think there's anything imminent, but we did have a report of a lowering not too long ago. West of Lincoln right now in Nebraska, we do have storms that are going to be moving towards Lincoln with mostly a wind threat. These are all outflow driven. So just south of York, south of Grand Island is where we'll be watching for that threat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We do have a new tornado warning, and this is actually not a surprise. This one did have more rotation on the actual storm itself. New tornado warning in Kansas near Ravena. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And that rotation has been a bit stronger here, and it's actually more organized. It's on the actual storm base itself. Again, going eventually towards the north side of Calvesta in Kansas. So if you're in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place and get there now, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building as this moves to the east and east-southeast over the next several minutes. But this is probably going to at least try to produce. It already produced a landspout that moved southwest. And this particular area of rotation is definitely on the stronger side of things. And there could be a relatively stronger tornado that develops out of this if it does develop. But this is a legitimate tornado. This wouldn't be a landspout. It's again connected to the actual, the actual cloud base. So this is your area of circulation right in here. Right there, right over Ravena. Got a very strong inflow as well going into the storm. So this is a very organized storm right now moving east. How many people? I'm trying to figure that out. 65. So north of Calvesta. Are there landspout warnings? No. They have special weather statements for landspouts, but not actual landspout warnings. Here's the latest scan. Yeah, that rotation's getting pretty strong. So right over the center of Ravena in Kansas. Really strong circulation right now, moving east. And again, this does look like it's going to try to produce a tornado. So if you are in Ravena or north of Calvesta, make sure that you're getting to your safe place. Very strong rotation as of right now. Very strong rotation. Landspouts are not usually as powerful as a tornado, so no. In this case, we wouldn't be talking about something that's really. In this case, this would be more of a tornado. That would be stronger in more cases than not. But landspouts usually are not that strong. They're usually pretty weak, and they're usually very short-lived. In very rare circumstances do we actually get stronger landspouts. Also, further down to the south here, we do have a little bit of circulation still north of, or northwest of Cimarron. So possibly still a landspout potential here. Rotation still exists southwest of Pierceville, north of Sublet, so we could get another landspout going there as well. So a couple areas that we're still watching for that potential over the next little while, so just keep that in mind. Many storms right now that are developing right along this boundary. This one's the most concerning, though, right now, as we do have strong rotation right over Ravena in Kansas. Again, if you're in the pink polygon, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That right there, again, is where that rotation is. It's right over downtown. Fun fact, Ravena is a ghost town. That is a fact, I guess. I don't know if that's true. But I wouldn't be surprised. There isn't a whole lot of... I mean, there's like 65 people in this warning, so... It's a relatively rural area of Kansas. The main locations after this that'll be in the track of it, which, again, this storm is really slow moving. Main areas of, interest would be Jetmore, Highway 156, maybe Hanston, maybe Spearville or Dodge City down the road, but those areas are still well away from now, I think, at this point. That's the area of rotation that we're watching right now. By the way, the latest update from the National Hurricane Center, I know this is unrelated, due to the continued lack of a well-defined center and little central convection, the potential Tropical Cyclone 1 in the southwestern Gulf of Mexico has not been upgraded to Tropical Storm Alberto. So, might not actually become a tropical storm at all. It might just be a potential tropical cyclone the entire time. All right, we have a new velocity scan coming in here in just a second. If there is a tornado on the ground with this, again, it is going to be completely rain-wrapped. So just an FYI, it's going to be very hard to see on radar. Or it's going to be very hard to see, I mean, in real life. Here's the latest scan. Still got some circulation right over Ravena. It's kind of stalling here. And we could see this go Drunknado style. It's definitely a possibility. It's very, very stationary. It's right over the town of Ravena. Not moving whatsoever. By the way, this is in Finney and Hodgman counties in Kansas. Those are the two locations in the warning, county-wise. Weather's been so boring recently, literally nothing. Or nothing interesting. I gotta be honest with you, I'd rather it be that way than it be crazy. It was crazy for 2.5 months, and everybody's been kind of like, you know, everybody's brain at this point is kind of more geared towards high-risk days now because we've had so many of them this year. And so many of these days have been, you know, big when it comes to severe weather this year. So everybody's brains, including mine, have been kind of geared more towards, I'm mostly just going to go live for enhanced risks or greater. But as we go into the summer months, risk days like this that are just slight risks can still be big. I mean, this day in particular, we could still see several tornadoes, especially in southwest Kansas, or at least landspouts. But I think everybody would be able to at least say that, you know, quieter weather is definitely better, at least in this time of the year as we go into the summer months. Hopefully it kind of stays a bit quieter. Connor, right above his head, by the way, is an area of interest. This is on the storm near Sublet, Kansas.
See if we can get an organized.
Oh, you got a very minimal amount of spin there in the clouds. You can kind of see it. Just, it's not much. It's not like imminent.
It's gonna stay turbulent for a while longer.
Michigan has been pretty boring. Yeah, like, I think it was like February was insane, and then after that it just kind of, or it might have been March. I think it was March. After March, it just kind of got really minimal.
Like a little Cinnabon right above us. Almost on top of us.
I'll have another radar scan in a second. In very rain-wrapped area of circulation. There is a lowering on this storm. So we're still watching that closely. Gonna go back to Connor. He has a little area of circulation developing above his head.
Yeah. Yeah, right above us though, right here.
This is on an unwarned storm near Sublet, Kansas. Just north of Sublet.
Got one right over here as well. Very, very turbulent skies.
This could do something down the road. We'll see. I would really say the most favorable area for a tornado today would be probably this area. Near Sublet, back through Garden City, kind of in between that corridor. Kind of like a little triangle there all the way down towards Montezuma. That triangle there, I think, is where we'll have the best chance of a tornado today.
Hey! Crossing the road.
But we could still see tornadoes elsewhere, obviously.
Another gustnado. Non-stop gustnados here.
Very, very ominous looking skies. Very rough shaped skies as well. We'll go back to them in a second. Waiting for the radar scan on the Ravena storm. We have another Landspout or gustnado. Yeah, right there. Look at that. It's another
vortex.
another NATO.
Powerful little vortex.
Look at that thing right in the middle of your screen. That thing is really spinning right to left.
We're about to get a Landspout probably just to the west of us. Like,
That might be it.
I think it might have already fallen apart. Oh, nope, it's still there.
Vorticity.
Barely see it. Another little NATO.
Barely see
Over
it.
near
It's right
Sublet.
over that cloud base. It's still going over there.
We've seen so many of those already. I think we've seen like
It's
3 or
there.
4 now.
what the other storm did, like, once you search.
Here's the latest scan on the storm near Ravena in Kansas. Still the area of circulation located east of Highway 23. It is basically stationary, so it's not really moving. Again, if you are in this warning, just continue to stay in that safe place as we could get a tornado at any time as this storm does continue to track very slowly to the east. The area of rotation will probably not move very much. It's probably going to stay very, very close to stationary because it's, again, as of right now, it is legitimately not moving. It is wrapped in the rain. You got an inflow. Got a hook. Got everything for there to be a tornado. It's just, again, not moving near Ravena. It's literally stationary. Actually, that rotation might be tracking a little bit down here to the southwest. So, we'll see. But very slow-moving area of rotation. And back where Connor is, this is the area that we're looking at for circulation. Obviously, it looks very dull on radar, very weak, very broad, all that sort of stuff. But we could end up getting a tornado with this activity or a landspout. That's what we're waiting to kind of watch for at the bottom right of your screen with Connor. So that's really what we're watching for there. Quick update for haze. We still have significant storms right now rolling through haze in Kansas. Main concern is damaging winds and hail. We may have contamination. We also could have some rotation just to the northwest of haze right now. So something to watch for here. I'm going to see if we have any sort of live cameras in this area. But this area of circulation that we have, you know, that could turn into something. just to the east of Ellis. Scan by scan that's been developing, so very possible that we get something out of this. We have a couple of live cameras. I'm going to pull them up here in a second in this area. Once they load. This is out of Hays right now. Very ominous skies, and it's also pouring right now in Hays in Kansas. Wind will start to pick up here pretty soon. Also have a couple of other cameras here. Here's the other one. This one's really shaking. Got the hail falling, got the wind really gusting here on the east side of Hays. Right on Interstate 70. You can definitely see it's pretty windy. The camera's shaking quite a bit here. The storm's, again, not warned right now, but they're not warned for a tornado, but there is at least some broad circulation there. Got a lot of truck drivers out there, too. And that's the other area of circulation, again, northeast of Ellis. We have a new warning for Hill City and Edmond in Kansas for some hail and wind. There is another live cam in Ellis that has completely gone out. I think there's a lot of hail with this storm and a lot of wind, so there's definitely a strong likelihood that we're gonna have some power outages. And actually, if we look at this camera, it's gonna have a loading symbol because it's, I think, down now. But back here, it looks like that might be some sort of power pole. I can't really tell. That actually looks bent over, so we may have lost power in Ellis and possibly on the west side of Hays. So power outages do look pretty likely right now if you're in Hays. And we still have some rotation that might be developing northwest of Hays as well. That's, again, not warned right now. Do have a new warning for 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds here across a large chunk of areas northeast of Garden City. This is going to be anywhere from Ravena back into Calvesta. It's for damaging winds again up to 60 and 2-inch sized hail. That rotation that was warned, it's broader now. It's embedded again in a lot of rain, so it's going to be very hard to see if you're a storm chaser or even just somebody that might be driving on the roadways. Elsewhere right now, we are looking at more of a threat of wind. So this is all a surging area of wind right now, moving to the east, going towards Calvesta. Just north of Highway 156. And continue to stay in your safe place, though, if you're in that warning. There has been a lowering at one point, and it's possible that we get another one. And then we're watching new storm development between Pierceville and south of Garden City, where a tornado threat could become more apparent here soon. So we're still watching that closely. Again, Connor Croft and Stormer Media, both storm chasing with us. They will both be in that area just to the south of Garden City. So we're going to keep a close eye on them. And we still got damaging winds right now across Nebraska. Let's see if there's anything else up here. Mostly wind right now in Nebraska. Nothing imminent for a tornado, in my opinion, for Nebraska at this time. Have a severe storm over in South Dakota. And this storm actually looks pretty decent. Don't really have any rotation, but there is at least a hail threat out of this storm near Waverly, northeast of Watertown, moving towards Millbank and Ravello for some ping-pong ball-sized hail. And then our tornado watch in Minnesota. Again, this goes all the way until 8 o'clock tonight. They might extend it depending on trends. But right now, we haven't had any tornadoes so far. We have had a few warnings in northern Minnesota. Nothing confirmed officially. Still have some circulations, but they're all broad and weak as of right now. But we'll continue to watch it closely. All right, we'll go back to Hays in a second. Oh, here's a live shot out of Hays. It's out of Hays in Kansas. That wind is very strong. You really cannot tell very much because of how blurry it is and also how much rain's falling. But that is all wind going at the camera right now. Very strong winds, probably damaging winds up to 70 in Hays right now. So that's live right now in Hays in Kansas. And don't be that person that parks under overpasses. I saw a truck at the bottom left of the screen that looked like it might be trying to attempt that. Do not do that. It's very dangerous. Look at this camera. Here's the other camera. This is a better shot of that wind. Look at that. That right to left motion. Got some hail falling as well. Right to left motion. We're looking east-southeast on this camera. So that makes sense. Yeah, this camera, wow, that's really shaking. Again, in Hays Kansas right now. Which, if we go back to Hays real quick, this is the tornado warning. If we go back to Hays, there was rotation by the looks of it. But that also could just be contamination. Even if we don't have a tornado threat, we're definitely looking at very high winds right now going to Hays. So we're seeing that in real time right now. Really windy right now in Hays. Wow. The camera is going to fall off. I mean, holy cow. Look at that wind. This thing is going like 45 degrees left and right now. Also, I want to point our attention real quickly to Connor Croft. Look at that. There's rising motion in the storm near Sublet. So we're starting to get some rising motion. This could end up producing a tornado at some point, or at least some sort of landspout. We can see that rising motion there, that scud activity at the bottom. That is definitely starting to organize more.
About to drop another layer.
I think this camera may have gone out. I think we just saw this. I could be wrong. I would not be shocked if this camera went out. That wind here in Hays in Kansas right now is very strong. Upwards of 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds is probably happening right now in Hays. Let's go back to the other camera here in downtown Hays. Downtown Hays looks a little bit better. The Ellis camera, I think, is completely out. That's where the highest of the winds would be. This camera is still going crazy right now in Hays. Do I live in Kansas? I do not live in Kansas, no. Wow. This wind right now in Hays is pretty crazy. This camera, it must be holding on by a thread with how much it's shaking right now. This thing is not hanging on by much. Do I want to live in Kansas? No. Why would I want to live in Kansas? What is there to do in Kansas? What is that? Something just flew onto the roadway here. Is that a leaf or something? I think the camera may have just gone out. Something just flew on the road. I don't know what that was. Got some leaves flying around, some birds flying away from the storm. You can hide from tornadoes. There you go. It might be the one thing that you can do in Kansas. The storm that's currently tornado warned over here east of Ravena, that rotation's broader as of right now. Mostly a wind threat. Got some rotation in here north of Calvesta. Got some rotation also back over to the west of Ravena that just developed. That could turn into some sort of landspout, perhaps. So something to watch for there. Still watching for the potential for landspouts down in here, or even tornadoes eventually north of Sublet, Kansas. This is Connor Croft's view of that right now.
That looks a
So
little
again,
more
just very
interesting
ominous
over there.
skies
Straight ahead of us?
Yes, that looks less like track.
as of right now.
A little bit further off in the distance.
Storm Media, bottom right of your screen, has a pretty good view of that as well. All right, let me go back to Hays real quick. Let's see if this Hays camera's still working. It might be out. We got a huge storm rolling through Hays right now. Like, I legitimately don't know if this camera's gone out yet. I feel like it's on replay. I could be wrong. I don't know if it is. It doesn't really tell you on here what time it is, so I'm not sure. I feel like this might be replay from earlier now, because I think the camera has probably gone out. We're seeing a lot of the same motions, so I think this camera's gone out. We're just seeing replay. I could be wrong. Back over in Hays, Kansas. Anybody can confirm, let me know. I can't really tell if that's replayed or not. Anything for Dodge City? With how slow these storms are moving right now, you're probably still a good ways away from actually having storm activity. By the way, Landspout, very possible right now, northeast of Charleston. Have another tightening right there on the latest scan. So very possible northwest of Cimarron, near Highway 23. There could be a Landspout developing there. So another area of circulation. Tornado warning was just updated and condensed. I'll have the update here in a second. There we go. No longer includes Ravena. It only includes the north side of Calvesta. So if you're north of Calvesta near Highway 156, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible, as you are still under the tornado warning. That's a faulty replay. Is that all it is? Let's go to a storm intermediate real quick. They're both in the same area, but this is their view of this storm right now. Right there. Look at that. Thing is definitely spinning near Sublet. Look at that thing spin. This thing's definitely spinning now. Look at that spin right there. That's that's near Sublet. They're on the north side of Sublet, I believe. It's definitely starting to spin more now.
Ground circulation. There it is. You see it?
Oh, look at that right there in the middle. Wow, look at that. We got another view with Connor, too. Let me go back to him, too.
I see that.
Got two separate views of this spinning right now on the ground. Bottom right of your screen. Middle of your screen.
I guess we should go a little bit east.
Little gustnado more than likely.
Yeah, see, like it's already like dead. Still rotating, but not as strong as it once was. Definitely just had a little dustnado. Not a full-on landspout, but just a little dust.
It's spinning on the ground there.
Right by the farm stuff.
Another gustnado. This is like the 5th or 6th gustnado we've seen now.
Look at it go.
It's right there in the middle of your screen.
Just trying.
Yeah, it's right there.
Trying to hook right there. We're about to get a merger. Maybe once the merger comes in, it'll go stationary.
Merger might just do it. Yeah, let's go a little bit east. But yeah.
Very slightly east.
Another dustnado, chat.
All right, let's go back to...
It's all about storm interaction and boundary interactions today.
Back to storm intermediate again. And this is their view as well.
What do you guys think? We were
Of this
looking at
particular
ground
storm.
circulation right down there. I was going to go.
Very
east a
ominous
little bit,
skies, as I mentioned before.
There's been some final, or some, well, there were some finals reported up north, like Lane County.
Yeah, there's a tornado warning up north. We were in Garden City earlier. Kind of regret it.
This is a very elevated storm, so anything that we get out of this will probably be Landspout related.
Okay.
At least temporarily. Until anything becomes a bit more organized. Which, like, for example, this right here, south of Calvesta, Kansas, this could be a Landspout potential here. This tornado warning cell, I'm not seeing much right now with that. I mean, it looks more like a wind threat right now. Could still get an isolated tornado, but it's probably going to be rain-wrapped. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're there near Calvesta. Storm Intermediate has another view of that, by the way, middle of your screen. Your sublet. Likely some sort of gustnado happening there right now. They're thinking it's a Landspout, so maybe it is a Landspout.
Big circulation.
Actually, according to radar, you can see that bottom right of your screen, radar. That's it right there. It's right over, just east of Route 83, northwest of Copeland. Thank you, Freevo, for the $9.99. Omaha will be mostly a wind threat tonight. And lightning and all that sort of stuff. The main concern when it comes to severe weather will be damaging winds and some large hail near Omaha. Appreciate the generosity. This right here, though, is what we're just looking at. Again, north of Highway 144. This is definitely going to be either a gustnado or a Landspout, because it's not attached to the actual storms here. That's what we'd be looking at north of Sublet there. And then we also have a new intensification area that could produce another Landspout just south of Highway 156. So right here, this is an unwarned area. Again, possibly another Landspout developing just east of Highway 23 right now, which could also try to produce a Landspout and not attached to any storm activity. That's right now moving east. There's a fire? Oh yeah, there's a fire. Ryan Scholl's actually looking at it too. It looks like there's some sort of field fire or farm fire there. Hopefully the rain just dumps in that area and hopefully it goes out. I think that fire is... Oh, that actually might be behind the storm. That's not good. If that's behind the storm, that could turn into a big fire. I'm pretty sure that fire that's happening is like here near Highway 23. So, unfortunately, there's a strong possibility that that might not go out unless there's rain that develops behind this. By the way, this updated tornado warning includes 39 people. So again, very rural area north of Calvesta, near Highway 156 in Kansas. Just continue to stay in your safe place. There's going to be a threat for damaging winds, some large hail upwards of 2 inches in diameter, and perhaps an isolated tornado as this moves east. Again, we're still watching for some landspouts back over here in parts of southwestern Kansas. Got one east of Garden City. South of Calvesta, that one looks like it'll be the next one that tries to produce. So that area of circulation there on radar. This again in front of the storms. Another landspout potential here. In Kansas. By the way, that camera in Hays is still going. That actually never did go out. I thought it went out, but it's still going. Still alive and well in Hays. Look at this mean-looking storm right now. This is near Hays. It's just east of Hays, over in Walker, in Kansas. Very ominous skies in the background. Notice all this dust that's kicking up over here. That's the leading edge of the damaging wind threat. That's going to be approaching Walker, Kansas. So that's the next area to watch for here. Some winds that are picking up. And eventually going towards Russell, which Russell, Kansas even looks more ominous. Very typical for this time of the year.
Yeah, a lot of rising gusts right there.
Wow. And they can kind of see that a little bit.
Yeah.
The lightning caused fire tornado.
Got a lot of gustinados on Connor Stream. Let me pull it up.
Hopefully,
The gustinados are... I mean, we got a gustinado outbreak right now happening
Check that out on its own.
in Kansas. This is Connor Croft's
But it
feed.
is rising, so like,
There's something.
yeah.
Got gustinado mania right now here in Kansas. Let me go back a few seconds. You'll see it better.
Left here.
There you go. That's a moment ago. You'll see it a bit better in action here.
Broad area of gustinados right here, guys.
See all those little spin-up
Gustinados
vortices at
going
the bottom.
crazy
Those
right
are all gustinados.
Gustinados going crazy off to the left here.
Gustinado, Drunknado, Landspout. I'm learning a lot today. We are basically talking about everything aside from a tornado at this point. We've had so many different types of nados today. Now, Drunknado obviously isn't a real thing, but...
I don't see much above.
Not audio? What do you mean?
But it is rising.
Is it
so
too loud?
There's
Too
something.
quiet?
Yeah.
Look at all this rain over out west now.
I know. Because this merger's happening.
Got a better view of Storm Runner Media right now on this gustnado. Let's go back to them. Look at that right there in the middle of your screen, right side of your screen. They're driving as I look. I think they're going to look at it. There you go. That right there. There's another gustnado.
Look up from the grass issue.
This road slopes down.
I mean, we got multiple areas of
Do it
rotation
again.
that are not associated with thunderstorms over near Sublette, Kansas, and this is another one of those.
We just went severe warning for tornado possible.
Okay.
Just went severe warning, tornado possible.
Okay, so this storm that we're looking at right now, it just got upgraded, so it's now up to an actual severe storm with damaging winds up to 60, quarter-sized hail, and there's now a tornado possible label on this particular area. Really, more than anything, we have like 4 different areas of circulation up and down this stretch of storm activity. All of them are circled in black, so we have 4 different areas of rotation. Most of them are not attached to thunderstorms, but anything that does rotate here could produce the potential for either a landspout and or the potential for a tornado down the road. So again, this is not a tornado warned cell right now, but there is a tornado possible label on this particular cell. Well, the one that is still tornado warned is back over in north of Calvesta in Kansas, which that rotation's been broader, but more of a wind concern right now moving to the east. This is another view of that storm right now that is currently on a tornado possible label. This is from Defoul. Oops, wrong thing. Did not mean to press that. Give me 1 second. There's no new tornado warning. Just ignore the audio. I gotta fix this. There's no audio. Just gonna flash in the background. All right, I want to show you guys this. This is from Defoul on Twitter. This is back over in Fremont, Nebraska. You can actually see the shelf cloud here. So this is a pretty good view of that shelf cloud back over in Nebraska, where there is right now currently a damaging wind threat with some of those storms. Not sure about this one, but pretty definitive shelf cloud there. If you guys do have any photos or videos that you've taken yourself, you can also at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, and try to relay some information there. But these are the storms back over in Nebraska right now. You'll notice that there is an outflow boundary, which means that almost all the storm activity in here is all outflow driven, which means the main concern will be wind and hail. Could still get an isolated tornado as this moves east, but the threat is much lower comparatively to both Minnesota and also compared to Kansas. And here's Fremont right here. So this is actually a view of that right here. That's your outflow boundary. Not a severe area of storm activity, but it's strong. That outflow boundary is where that leading edge to that shelf cloud is going to be located, and that's what we were just looking at a second ago. So you can see that feature pretty clearly there on radar. All right. And a friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Like the stream as well. I would say there's really not much of a chance of a tornado in Fremont, Nebraska. I mean, it's a very low chance in nature today, but with those storms being outflow driven, I really highly doubt it. Yeah, the biggest thing right now with these storm zone, I mentioned this before. If we go back to Storm Runner Media, I want to point something out to you. So right now, these storms in Kansas, almost all of them currently are very elevated, and you'll see that right there with how high the clouds are off the ground, and it gives you an indication that the dew point and the temperature are very far apart. So the cloud base that's developed today is really far off the ground. So at least for the next couple hours, I think the majority of the storms that produce a threat for severe weather will be predominantly geared towards wind, hail, and landspouts. The tornado threat is very low because of how elevated these storms are, but anything that can get closer to the ground, it could eventually produce a tornado, but the low-level moisture right now is lacking comparatively to the actual temperature. But one, if it starts to cool down a little bit, or two, we get closer to sunset where the temperature will naturally cool and the dew point might increase a little bit, that tornado threat would be increasing by then. So I think the tornado threat here in Kansas in particular really will be anywhere between, like, it could happen between now and like 8, but I think the peak will be anywhere from about 6 until about 9. So that time frame will be really the greatest concern. Right there around sunset and just after sunset, in my opinion, is really going to be the greatest concern for there being a tornado threat out of storms like this. Which, again, imminently right now, it's mostly landspouts, but anything that can get a little bit closer to the ground could produce a tornado. For example, this storm back over here near Calvesta, it attempted to do that, didn't have a whole lot of success, but it could do something like that where it produces a tornado. Did have a lowering at one point, but in this environment, that's going to be a little bit more hard to come by until we get closer to sunset, I think. By the way, thank you to Haven for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Any tornado threat with this tropical storm near the Gulf, or near Houston? There is a low tornado risk tonight into tomorrow. It's a relatively low threat, but definitely going to be in play for at least 1 or 2 tornadoes down there, I think. Also, I am retweeting video of that fire that's happening right now near Ravena. This storm likely produced some cloud to ground lightning that sparked that fire. That's at least the presumption, because there's a severe storm in the area. So, yeah. That is at least what we're getting there now out of the Ravena area of Kansas. And we still have a tornado warning here for 10 more minutes. My guess is that this will probably, either they're going to extend it in the next couple minutes or it'll probably be canceled. The only area of circulation that I'm seeing right now is west of Jetmore. So it's going to be kind of on this leading edge up here. That's that main area of circulation that I'm currently seeing. Even then, I think it's mostly wind up and down this area. Usually any tornado threat would come down in here somewhere near Calvesta, more where we kind of have a bit more of a hook shape. So right now that tornado threat looks a bit lower. It looks more like a wind concern right there across the board, at least for the time being.
Maybe that's the front.
To storm remedy here for the time being. Keep clicking the wrong buttons.
Yeah, these cells are combining. So if that happens, then our new area of interest may be behind us.
Ignore the flashing.
NWS plane.
Oh,
We just got a new Stream Deck, by the way. So I just want to show you guys this. With all the members of the channel that we have, we just got this new Stream Deck, which now has like 32 buttons or something. So this is a big upgrade that we just did, and appreciate all the members of our channel. Stuff like this would not be possible. We're continuing to do big upgrades, and the plan is to have major upgrades throughout the summer. So that's another one that's big. That gives us more ability to basically go between Stormchasers more frequently and easier. So the plan is hopefully to have upwards of 3 to 4 Stormchasers here within the next month or so to be able to kind of go between multiple chasers. So we're just kind of making more upgrades here, and so that is another upgrade that we've just done to the channel, which is, you know, definitely another big improvement to what we have currently. The tornado warning has been canceled, by the way, here in Kansas, so we are back down to mostly just normal severe thunderstorm warnings, with many of these having tornado possible labels, and we're still watching for the potential for landspouts. That'll be one of the biggest concerns here over the next little while. Wow, DFW was only 92 degrees today. You know, it's kind of crazy down in Texas. Obviously not really, not related to this, but down in Texas, the temperatures are not really that warm for this time of the year. And one of the reasons why is because of how much rain we've had this spring. So, you know, the spring showers and storms that we've had with very above average rainfall, that is actually leading to quite a bit of a temperature drop for this time of the year.
A new tornado warning.
Okay, we have a new
issued.
tornado warning in Minnesota. I'm going to go to that in a second. This here, I just saw northeast of Charleston in Kansas. This could actually produce a tornado. So we might get a tornado warning north of Cimarron. That's something to watch for. That looks like it might try to produce a tornado here in a moment. So north of Cimarron, definitely a potential for a tornado. We have a new tornado warning north of Duluth here in Minnesota. This is west of Cotton. If you're in the pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is going to be for those back over in Cotton, east of Tovolia, and back over near Kelsey. The area of circulation is going to be right in there. So this is moving east right now, and is on track to, again, go towards Cotton and Highway 53. If you're in the warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And honestly, in my opinion right now, I think it's more of a wind threat, but we could still get a tornado with this as it moves east. It's a bit more out in front of the storms, so storms like this will have a better shot at producing a tornado. Here's the latest scan. So, still broad circulation, but could produce something down the road. Let's go back to Kansas. Again, this right here is where I'm looking for the potential for either a landspout or a tornado north of Cimarron. That's right now moving to the east very slowly. It's going to be approaching Highway 23. If you are north of Cimarron, I would just recommend getting away from windows in case this does drop. And it looks like Connor's seeing more of this crazy dust pickup here. Back to Connor here. More dust being kicked up near Sublet, Kansas. It's never ending.
Major blowing dust right at us.
While he does that, I'll be back in 60 seconds.
Major blowing dust coming right at us now. Have to close the window here in a second. Holy cow, it's right behind us. A ton of dust. Fast it's moving. That's ripping. Coming right at us over there behind us. We're gonna be inside of the dust here in a second. Cinnabon behind us. Cinnabon behind us, Ben.
Yeah?
Yeah, right as I saw it, now we're in the dust, and I can't look back at it. But like, let me turn around and see if you can see it. There's a literal Cinnabon. Oh, it's already like gone. What? Oh, it was right there.
Latch,
There was
storm latch.
There was like a Cinnabon. It was kind of cool
Alright.
for a second.
You can still see some broader rotation, maybe.
Yeah, you see where it was?
Yeah.
Latest scan, by the way, on the storm in Kansas. Still very strong rotation north of Cimarron. This will I think this should get tornado warned. Just north of Cimarron, very strong rotation developing here. This looks pretty imminent to produce a tornado. So if you're on the north side of Cimarron right now, I would definitely get to your safe place just in case this does drop a tornado. As it looks pretty likely. Again, it's right in that little notch right there, the strongest rotation right now, embedded in this hook echo. So this will probably get warned here in a moment, but very strong rotation just to the north of Cimarron. This currently is not tornado warned, but that is very strong rotation just north of Cimarron. By the way, this is back over in Walker, Kansas. This is live. Very, very hazy and very, very low visibility here over in Walker. I was going to talk about that, but I want to go back to Connor. Look at this.
Whoa, right above us.
Look at all that dust. It just keeps going.
Thingy. Look at that. Look at that right above us, Ben. Look at
Very
this.
high winds with that storm
Wow,
that's
yeah,
producing
that's
damaging winds up to
giant.
60, and we
Look
are
at
still seeing a ton of blowing dust. What I was saying, though, is that it's very low visibility back up in Walker, Kansas. And up there in the Walker area, near Hayes, this is near Hayes for reference, this storm has been producing some significant damaging winds, and we are going to continue to see a lot of blowing dust, which could lead to the potential for some very low visibility.
tornado off
So
to
keep
the
that in
right.
mind.
Strong dust.
Look at that, by the way. That's over, again, near Sublet. A lot of things happening right now, but back over near Sublet, got some spin still in the clouds there.
3 of them.
Still trying to
right
produce.
there, chat.
Jeez.
It's constant spinny action, guys. Constant spinny action. None of it is prolific in any manner, but
There's that dust devil.
dust devil off to the right there. Wow, look at that. All right, guys, sorry. We're switching here. Now we have another dust devil off to the right.
How many of these little NATOs are we going to get?
Definitely rotation with that one.
It's another one right there.
Second ago. These are just really, really quick little dust devils and stuff. Ah, that dust got briefly there. Whole line is zippering now. Look at this thing.
All right, back to radar. Again, we are still looking at a big wind threat right now across this area. The latest severe thunderstorm warning for Cimarron and just west of Dodge City is going to be for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. So a significant wind threat currently unraveling here across parts of southwestern Kansas with a significant area of damaging winds. We have the potential for landspouts and tornadoes as well. We have another, again, pretty strong couplet right now here, Highway 23. So we could have a landspout or something like that right now just to the north of Cimarron. Have another area of circulation trying to develop south of that as well. Back over into Minnesota, that is where we have our tornado warning north of Duluth. This one right now is mostly a wind threat in my opinion, but we could get a tornado with this. As it continues to move east, again, Cotton, Kelsey, if you're in those two locations right now in Minnesota, get to your safe place. This is near Highway 53. Moving eastbound. So continue to stay in your safe place in St. Louis County in Minnesota. This includes 861 people. This includes Payne, Cotton, Kelsey, Shaw, and Melrude in Minnesota for that tornado warning. Then back up in Canada, we don't have any tornado warnings right now. Mostly just a wind threat. Could get an isolated spin up along the leading edge here, but it should be mostly a wind threat going towards Sunshine, Thunder Bay, and north of Grand Portage. Let's go back to southwest Kansas again. This is a live view of that storm that's southwest.
I'm not really sure.
Unless one goes
or south of Garden City near Sublet. That tornado warning, by the way, is still radar indicated in Minnesota. This is Storm Runner Media. This is a better kind of exposure view of this storm. Again, very ominous skies here. Trying to produce another landspout. Just keep seeing that dust going right to left. These winds right now are upwards of 60 miles per hour. So a lot of kicking dust expected in this area, reduced visibility. All that sort of stuff will be a possibility.
There's plenty of new storms developing on this now. Maybe one of those where we have to continue to drop.
Is that still on fire over in Cal Vesta? Is there still a fire there? I thought the fire department was on the way. Hopefully that gets out. Because I don't know exactly where that fire is corresponding to the storm, but if it's like behind the storm, that fire is not going to go out unless, you know, the fire department takes it out. Because all this rain right now is moving very slowly to the east. There's still a fire. That is very unfortunate. Hopefully it's on the east side of the storm activity and not the west side, because the west side is where, you know, the bulk right now of the rain is, or east side, sorry, is where all the bulk of the rain is. The west side, there's just dry air. We're not really going to get any rain behind it. So hopefully that fire is east and not west. Otherwise, it's going to probably continue for a while. Oh, look at Stormer Media. What's going on right there on the left?
Come on, guys. Okay, can you put that camera back up?
I don't know if they're changing the camera view or not. That's a big, another big little NATO here, possibly a dust devil or a gust NATO.
This far out,
right in front of your screen here.
NATO, but, right, it's still pretty cool.
This is a bigger one than the last one. They seem to keep getting a little bit larger.
In them.
They're sublet.
And there's more dust to ours.
Again, this is live. Right side of your screen is where that is. Connor has another view of that too. Let's go back to Connor here.
It's gone now.
I was going insane over there. We have a road.
Let me go back to... It looked like there's another one behind it too. Let me go back to Stormer Media again.
Right in front of us, there's some dust.
Wow, look Look at that view of
Down again up here,
that
too.
storm there near Sublet.
Right there.
Oh, hello.
All right, going back to Connor Croft again. This is Connor Croft's view of this. Look at that thing. It's just like a large little
Not even
spinny thing
spinning
here.
anymore. Of course, by the time we get to it, it's
Every
like
time.
It's kind of died out already. It was very brief. Every one of these has been on, like going for like maybe a minute or less.
rising.
Just
dust
now a big
like
little
crazy.
swirling area of dust.
Here it goes again. Here it goes again.
Thank you, Audrey, for the $5 super chat. All the storms in Nebraska are mostly moving east.
Probably does the same
More dust
thing.
getting kicked up right there.
Look, there's another one over there off to the left.
There's Sublet, Kansas right now.
Just dusty ground circulations here.
Thank you, Ather, also for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities.
Maybe we'll get one across the road again.
Yeah.
There's another one starting in that field right there. See it?
Oh, I see it way over there, yeah. Blowing across the road right here.
Gotta turn right, so we'll see if we see anything else. Otherwise, we'll just go back to radar.
Circulations are just wild.
That was another quick little
spawn with like no
dust.
warning.
And then they're
We'll go with a
gone.
dust
gone
NATO.
in
We'll just
5
call it a dust
seconds.
NATO. Sounds like a great name.
Big time wind right here. A little bit of hail behind us maybe now. Trying to get some more just normal structure.
I think that already ended. We'll go back to here. Storm Media, bottom right of your screen, still has a view of a lot of that dust being kicked up too. So they both still have live shots of that. All right, back to radar. Actually, let me go back to Storm Media here. They have like a large area of dust. This is Dust Mania and Landspout Mania right now. The wrong thing. 1 second. Actually, we'll just keep them at the bottom right. All right, let me go back to radar here. I'm going to kind of talk about some of the stuff here in southwest Kansas real quick. So back over near Santana and Sublet, that's where we've been watching for a lot of those little kick up, areas of dust. Main concern in this area is still going to be damaging winds. We could still get an isolated landspout or brief tornado as this activity does continue to very slowly move to the east at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. West of Dodge City near Cimarron, we are still looking at mainly a wind threat, but we could still get an isolated landspout. Still some rotation on the leading edge here of this thunderstorm activity just to the west-northwest of Dodge City. Overall, again, landspouts will continue to be a possibility. Further to the north and east, it's mostly a wind threat as of right now. Do have some broad circulation west of McCracken. Eventually on track for La Crosse in Kansas, so continue to stay weather aware there. And then back over near Hayes, we still have some big thunderstorms over here, but these are not severe at this time. So strong storms, but not severe. Have another big supercell near Phillipsburg, bit more of a left moving storm, which means more of a hail and wind threat in nature. And then all the storms right now in Nebraska, predominantly moving east or east-northeast. The main concern with all these will be damaging winds for the most part. And again, these are all outflow driven, so I don't really expect much of a tornado risk in this area. But can't rule out a brief spin up. And then as of right now, Minnesota, pretty quiet when it comes to the tornado threat. We still have that one tornado warning in northeastern Minnesota. We'll go to that in a second. Still some broad circulation near the Little Soak area or Little Suck area, east of Osakis and east of Alexandria. The main concern there, again, is going to be just wind and hail, but we could get an isolated tornado as that continues to move east. Still a tornado possible label east of Pine River. Main concern is damaging winds. And then we still have this tornado warning near Cotton and Kelsey, moving to the east in Minnesota. And that's our only radar view of it. We don't, personally, I don't really see a whole lot of rotation here, but we could still get an isolated tornado, possibly on the leading edge of this activity near Cotton, as it continues to move to the east. All right, let's go back to Kansas. We're gonna go back to Storm Intermedia. Storm Intermedia is still looking at this storm pretty directly near Sublet.
Yeah, looking at that scud.
Still very elevated right now.
Yeah, they can see that behind the pole.
Hey, Boppy, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities.
I'm sure you guys are hearing that buzzing. There's a big fly right by the microphone.
And now that's good.
Just look at how, like, it just looks so dusty here in Kansas. There's really not a whole lot other than just dust in these fields. Just a lot of dust,
Up
a lot
to north,
of dirt.
everything's warm for
Gets
wind.
kicked up very easily from damaging winds, and it just kind of sits in the atmosphere for a while.
Real quick look at radar for you guys.
By the way, that tornado warning in Minnesota goes for 5 more minutes, so we'll see if they extend it or not. Still looking at some broad circulation east of Cimarron, and that warning just got canceled as I said that. That's crazy. All right, so we're back down to no tornado warnings. That is insane timing. We still have some rotation north of Cimarron. Again, just some broad circulation. Could get a landspout with that as it moves more to the east. And Dodge City will be in the track of that eventually. I do think the main concern here across southwestern Kansas will continue to be predominantly a wind threat, but we could still get an isolated, again, tornado or landspout or something along those lines as these storms do continue to track to the east. So something to keep in mind here if you're in southwest Kansas. A dust outbreak. I think today's stream will literally be titled the Landspout or Dust Tornado Outbreak. Like, I literally think that's what it's going to be called. Also, I'm going to see if we have any live cams in Nebraska as well, because we do have some storms up there. How that happens, I'm just going to go to them for a second.
I mean, you can.
That's true. I guess I could just point in that direction, couldn't I? Excuse the scrapes.
See, dew points are going up. We're now almost near 70. But we're not, I mean, we're cooling slowly, but it's not from outflow. See, there's another piece of sky.
Very ominous skies. Still got a pretty definitive storm base there, too. This storm has actually been upgraded to ping pong ball-sized hail, so it is a storm that's beginning to intensify. A little bit of scud cloud activity, too, in the middle of your screen.
Stay ahead of us.
We do have some scud clouds starting to appear, which could mean that we might start to see some sort of, you know, rotation or a little tornado risk try to develop there.
Great to see more of you guys joining in. If you're enjoying the stream today, this afternoon, please make sure you're smashing that like and sub button. We really would appreciate it. Our goal is to hit at least 1,000 likes every stream.
How's it going, Cooper? Welcome back. Thank you, by the way, Boppy, for becoming a member. I already said that. Never mind. I thought that was a new one.
Oh, there.
All right, let's go back to radar. And we're still looking at this storm near Sublet. We got a lot of storms now firing up. We actually got a boundary moving west here. So more storms are actually initiating now near Sublet. So we got some pretty big thunderstorms developing there right now near Sublet and Satanta near Moscow. So these storms are starting to blow up more and more now. Again, that tornado risk will try to increase a little bit, I think, over the next hour. As we get closer to 6:30, I think that's when the threat will peak a bit more. Overall, still mostly wind, though, for the time being. And, again, maybe an isolated tornado here in the short term. Back over to the west of Lincoln, mostly a wind threat. We got another severe storm as well. Just off to the west of Crete and also southwest of Lincoln. Main concern there is going to be damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Again, these are all outflow-driven storms in Nebraska right now, so not really looking at much other than the wind threat. The one that's over here in Iowa, though, near Whitting, there's actually some broad circulation up here. So that'll be something to watch for as that moves to the east. That's going to be eventually going towards Mapleton. Oh, here's a live shot out of Lincoln. Nebraska right now. Ominous skies. And we're gonna have some storms moving into Lincoln here pretty soon. Damaging winds being the main concern. Hey, by the way, Dawn for the 199. I'm glad you got your shirt. 250k merch has been delivered. I think most of the 250k merch has been delivered now. I don't think there's any others that haven't been delivered yet, unless you're like national or international, I mean.
Okay,
Let's go back to Stormchaser Media for the time being. And Stormchaser Media is looking at a storm here near Sublet, Kansas. So actually, they're now near Copeland. Very ominous skies, as I mentioned before. Again, not really a whole lot of rotation right now, but there has been a little bit of scud activity, and there's a cloud to ground lightning strike.
Oh, wait, to our, yeah. 520.
So probably that thing you were looking at 10 minutes ago over there.
Is over, yeah, over here.
Is this season going to get worse? I think the severe weather season, I mean, we've already gotten past the peak. But depending on where you are in the country, I think the Midwest is still far from the peak. I think the Northern Plains is still kind of getting close to the peak, but not there yet. I think the Central Plains got a few more of these events, but I think it'll start to wind down as we go into July. The Southern Plains is basically done. Oklahoma and Texas, basically done, unless you're in like the high plains or whatnot.
Fairly easy.
So, overall, we're kind of getting away from the peak, depending on where you are. But some areas have yet to even have a peak.
Down here?
Like, there has not been a peak yet if you're back over in, like, the Midwest. The Midwest has barely seen anything this year. As Midwest, I'm talking about, like, Wisconsin and, like, northern central Illinois and, like, eastern Iowa. There's been severe weather, but a lot of that happened, you know, back a couple months ago. I still think the peak is yet to come there. What was that flash? That was the lightning.
What?
This guy zoomed in on that one. I mean, I kind of blew it up, but
I'm still lost.
There have been a lot of grass fires, by the way, here in Kansas. A lot of cloud to ground lightning, which is going to spark fires. We, again, have a bulk, like a large bulk of lightning right now, anywhere just east of Garden City. And we even have some lightning that's behind these storms, which is making this more dangerous. We're going to continue to see a lot of these grass fires develop, and this could become a little bit of a dangerous situation when it comes to fires, especially if lightning, you know, strikes away, like north and west of these storms. If it strikes out in front of it, it wouldn't be nearly as concerning because there's going to be a lot more rain that's going to fall in those areas, but we could get some larger wildfires going. Anything that's west of the storm activity. It's drier, and there's also no rain really going in the direction of those areas because all the showers and storms right now are moving east. So just something to kind of think about here if you're in southwest Kansas as well.
So if you actually want to go into it, you just have to go back up the way you came. There's a little road. And just go across on 144 and then so.
Imagine going through a class with the max velocity.
Or, I mean, you can just go right here.
Imagine I did a master class.
it's I'll probably just put them
It'd be
on
crazy.
there. I mean, they'll still have a good view of the precip just outside of it. I mean, if it's not,
What happens if a supercell meets a wildfire? Well, it depends. I mean, if the supercell is producing a lot of rain and, you know, it just dumps rain and doesn't I mean, it will probably still have lightning, but if it just dumps a bunch of rain, it'll probably at least help to you know, kind of at least limit the fire by quite a bit, or at least kind of, you know, take it out a little bit. But you know, you need a lot of rain for that to happen. It can't just be a quick little shower. A little shower will do some good, but it won't do a whole lot. If you have like a big storm like this moving towards a wildfire near like Montezuma, let's say there's one there, it'll definitely, you know, get that out of there pretty quickly. It'll take out the fire pretty quickly. Now, it won't probably take it out entirely, but it'll definitely help a lot. So, yeah. It's, you know, rain in general helps, water helps. That's why, you know, fire departments have water. It takes out, you know, fires. If you have a supercell that's dumping a bunch of rain, or even just storm activity in general that dumps a bunch of rain, it will help. Trust me, it'll take out fires in, you know, big ways. So That's at least the hope. And, you know, hopefully the one in New Mexico that's happening, I think it's Rodosu, if that's how you pronounce it. Hopefully that fire gets extinguished pretty quickly. Because that one's in a very populated area. By the way, today's live stream is brought to you by ESP Storm Shelters. You can pick one up with the top link in the description below at espshelter.com. They are above ground storm shelters that can help you and your family stay safe during tornadoes. This is what it looks like, and these are very easy to install, very cheap to install, and they also keep your family safe. And just keep in mind, you know, condos and apartment buildings do not offer the same protection as a storm shelter will. These storm shelters can withhold upwards of EF5 tornado intensity. So if you want to pick one up, and it's the top link in the description below. And also above ground storm shelters will keep you safe when you're above ground instead of below ground. And if you're stuck below ground and there's a big tornado and you can't get out, you know, flooding can be a thing. So that's also going to make it more dangerous below ground shelters. What's good about above ground shelters is that they'll keep you safe even when there's flooding, because flooding will not go as high. So make sure to check that out. Top link in the description below, espshelter.com. Speaking of shelters, you have to get to your shelter space if you're back over north of Duluth, as we have a brand new tornado warning near Cotton, and this is the same exact area that we were just talking about not too long ago. They were under a tornado warning like 20 minutes ago. Now there's a new one, as there is some rotation developing right there. So just on the east side of Cotton here in Minnesota, if you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That's going to be, again, just east of Cotton right now, right along Highway 52, eventually going towards Highway 4, west of Brimson and west of Rollins. And this is on the ground. So this is a confirmed tornado in Minnesota.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is a confirmed tornado that is now in progress near Cotton. It's going to be where my circle is. This tornado was confirmed right over Cotton. Law enforcement has confirmed this particular tornado. Cotton and Melroot are the two locations in the track of this right now. So if you are in this warning, again, get to your safe place. That's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, as there is a confirmed tornado on the ground right now near Cotton and going to be going towards Melroot. And those are the two locations. Also on the north side of Shaw in Minnesota. Duluth. Thank you. Pronunciations are something else. So north of Duluth. Duluth. North of Duluth is where this tornado is. Again, currently located east of Cotton. Was just confirmed by law enforcement. It's going to be approaching Whiteface, going right along 52. And south of Markham, near the Whiteface Reservoir, north of Fredenberg, and north of Shaw. And this is a confirmed tornado as of moments ago. See if we have any sort of live shots of this. Give me 1 second. Well, we have a live shot over in Kansas. I didn't mean to pull this up, but I'm going to show you real quick. This is over in Walker, Kansas. This is a storm that's actually, I don't think, severe right now. Look how windy it is right now. It is actually very windy right now, back over in Walker, Kansas. So that's I don't know if that storm is severe. It was not warned there for a few minutes, so it might be warned now, but that one was producing damaging winds up to 60 at one point. But again, confirmed tornado right now near Cotton. If this is still on the ground, which it might be, it's going to be right about there, right along Highway 52, approaching Whiteface, Minnesota. Eventually going towards Highway 4. So continue to stay in your safe place again if you are in the pink polygon. Confirmed tornado by law enforcement. Moving eastbound. We actually had a confirmed, or apparently an observed tornado over in Minnesota the other night. I'm not saying it's the same sort of situation, but that tornado that was warned as a confirmed tornado in, not Minnesota, in Michigan, sorry. In Michigan the other night, that was actually not a tornado. They confirmed that as just straight up wind, or straight line wind damage. So, there was a quote-unquote observed tornado there, but it wasn't actually observed. regardless, it wasn't like a PDS or anything. It was just a normal observed. Now this, on the other hand, this is more than likely a tornado that's in progress. Again, east of Cotton, where the black circle is, it's going to be eventually moving towards Highway 52 and Whiteface, and it'll probably go towards Highway 4. Down the road, if this does continue to produce a tornado, it'll go towards Rollins and Brimson, and eventually towards Silver Bay, Beaver Bay, Finland, Fairbanks possibly as well, and Isabella. That's like kind of a long-term track of this. But it's a pretty low precip tornado, so, you know, seeing this probably won't be too difficult. I want to go to Connor real quick. He's back over in Kansas. Connor has a view of a lowering, looks like. This is not Connor. This is Connor. It's near Kismet, Kansas. So there's a little bit of a lowering there right now.
The whole thing's rotating. The whole thing's rotating broad left to right.
Man, this isn't the tornado warning. I'm just changing it for the other storm.
Wild stuff. Whole thing is rotating left to right.
But that right there in Kansas is definitely rotating. The lowering there as well.
Whole thing.
So he's on the so this is what we're looking at here on radar, just for the record. Now this is Kansas. This is, again, not a confirmed tornado or anything, but this right here will be likely what he's looking at, or it's down here. I'm not sure which one he's looking at, but it's one of the two. And so there is actually some rotation with both areas here that we're looking at. So there's definitely a lowering there on Connor's POV. We'll put him at the bottom right for you. Gotta fix this stream here. We go. All right, let's go back to Minnesota. Again, we still have a confirmed tornado that is near Cotton. If this is indeed still on the ground, it's over Highway 52, approaching Whiteface. It will eventually go towards Highway 4. So again, this is currently moving eastbound. There is still a potential tornado that's in progress. Rotation doesn't look as strong as before, but there's definitely at least still some rotation. So there could be a tornado. There might be some sort of lowering still. Again, just off to the north of Duluth. And this is the latest scan. So if that tornado is on the ground still, it's going to be over the south side of Whiteface. So near Highway 15, moving eastbound. Even then, I don't know. I don't know if this is on the ground anymore. I mean, it looked like initially it was. It kind of spinned out pretty quickly. Like, this right here was where the tornado began, presumably, near Highway 53. Kind of looks like it's occluded over the last few scans. It might just be back to a wind threat, but still stay in your safe place just in case. Again, it's a pretty low precip environment, so there could still be a tornado there east of Highway 52, or along Highway 52. Just nothing really super definitive there. And overall, Minneapolis is kind of getting let off the hook so far today. There hasn't been much storm activity there. Central and southern parts of Minnesota have really not seen anything. So it's actually been not too shabby down that direction. We actually have some rotation near Gray Eagle, Uppsala, Elmdale, Little Falls, and Belle Prairie. That'll be the next areas in the track of that. But there's some rotation here as well. Not warned as of right now, but definitely some broad circulation moving to the northeast. We'll stay here for the time being. This just updated. It is still a tornado on the ground in Minnesota.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is still an observed tornado right now, located near Cotton. So this is still on the ground. So if you're in the warning, continue to stay in your safe place. They've, doubled down on it. It's still a tornado on the ground. It's likely a non-precip or very low precip tornado, so it's probably very visible right now. In St. Louis County, Minnesota, right along Highway 52. Moving eastbound, going towards Highway 4. So, and this is still currently on the ground. If you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. Sorry, I was looking at my other monitor. All right. My friend is a superintendent at the school in Cotton. Well, hopefully school is already out. I think it's 5:43 now, so I'm hoping they're out. Even then, I mean, if there's a tornado, I'm guessing it's not like super strong or anything, because we're not seeing, one, a debris signature, and two, rotation's been overall pretty broad. So, and at least over the last couple scans, it's been broader. It's also pretty weak velocities, so let's just hope it's not really strong, but obviously there will still be some flying debris in this area as long as there's still a tornado in progress, which again will be right there. And this is again currently on track to move east. It's just east of Cotton, near Melrude, and it will eventually go towards Rollins and Brimson in Minnesota. Those will be the next areas in the track of this. And this is north of Shaw, by the way. It's just on the north side of Shaw, near Whiteface. Includes population of 219. It was spotted by police. Yeah, it was spotted by law enforcement. There's been 2 different confirmations of this. There was one about 7 or 8 minutes ago, and we have a new one now. And again, this is presumably where that tornado would be located. It would be over the east side of Cotton now. And right over probably the Whiteface area, and again, just north of Shaw in Minnesota. And for perspective, again, this is north of Duluth. It's a very low precip tornado in this situation. I got a lot of thunderstorm activity up here. We got showers and thunderstorms up the wazoo up here. I mean, it's a flash flooding, you know, fiesta up here, if you will. I mean, there's just gonna be a lot of flash flooding up here, and there's actually, I believe, a rare moderate risk of flash flooding in this area today in northern Minnesota. It's a once in a decade type flooding event that's expected to unravel here today. You can actually see that very clearly with how much rain is currently falling. I mean, we got a line here, got showers and thunderstorms all training southwest and northeast. So it's just going to continue to pile on a ton of rainfall across this area. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning for Little Falls. They have added a tornado possible label to this storm as well. Again, this right here is where we're looking for that potential for a tornado, even though it's a low chance. It's definitely not zero. Stormer Media.
Now we're getting really
pop over to them here real quick.
Chat, we're good.
They have a view of at least some sort of possible
Snack
lowering.
on some peanuts here.
Right there in the middle of your screen. A lot of scud cloud activity right there. Just scary looking clouds right now, but that rising motion can sometimes lead to a potential for a tornado threat. Moderate was canceled for Minnesota. Oh, was it? Okay.
The largest hail is to our west.
Still, there's a ton of flash flood
Keep
warnings up
those
there.
likes up, guys. Gotta hit 1,000.
Look at that right there in the middle of your screen. Lots of rising scud here. Scuddy, scuddy. Oh, you're talking to a dog. That's near, that's just south of Sublet, by the way. Let me quickly go back down there. This is near Sublet. I'm not really seeing any rotation in here. There was a little bit before. If there's any rotation, it's probably pretty broad. Maybe something on the backside, maybe Landspout potential. West of Dodge City, we actually have rotation right here as well. This is northeast of Cimarron. Actually, this may have actually been on the ground as a Landspout or possibly a brief tornado. That's northeast of Cimarron in Kansas. That just happened a moment ago. This is back to Stormchaser Media. Very ominous skies. Very scary looking clouds here. Got... Oh, we just lost connection to them. Oh, no, they're back. Alright. Definitely some scary looking clouds there, that's for sure. Here's this rotation west of Dodge City. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado or a landspout in this area west of Dodge City. There is a tornado possible label on this activity. And then back over near Santana and Sublet. Again, mostly just a wind threat for the time being. Same thing north of that activity of storms. Let's go back to Nebraska real quick. Everything in Nebraska right now is predominantly just wind. So if you're in this part of Nebraska near Lincoln or Waverly or Crete, you can expect mostly a wind threat here over the next little while. That'll be the main concern overall. And then back over into Minnesota, we still have an observed tornado by law enforcement near Cotton. Again, as of now, if this is still on the ground, it's going to be like right here. It's going to be just on the north side of Shaw. Nothing currently confirmed in the last like couple minutes, but there could still be something on the ground here. So if you're east of Cotton in this pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, north of Shaw, east of Cotton in Minnesota. Which, again, presumably, if there is a tornado, it's going to be right there, north of Shaw. We haven't had any debris signatures or anything like that, so if there is something, it's probably relatively small and weak. Just continue to stay in your safe place, just in case it's something a bit larger we just can't see on radar. I think Connor sees another Landspout. Let's go to him real quick. This is Connor Croft. Middle of your screen, it looks like there's another Landspout. Yeah, far middle of your screen, middle slightly right. That little dusty thing at the bottom, I believe that's another Landspout, he just said. Camera available in Dodge City? Yes, there is. Yeah, I'm gonna keep a close eye on Dodge City.
Alright.
Got a few cameras there.
Those peanuts smell good.
Yeah, those honey roasted ones.
Cam available for that tornado warning? I have no clue. I don't know if that's a statement or a question. I didn't see a question mark. I don't think there is. I'll check though. This was confirmed by law enforcement, and as I mentioned before, probably something like quick for a tornado. And there's one, or there's a couple. But I mean, this is the closest view that you're really going to get to that. This is back over on the north side of Cotton. This is just a photo, really, more than anything. So again, just, you know, overall pretty rainy, low visibility. Nothing out of the ordinary, though, there. Same thing with this as well. And again, this is as of 5 minutes ago, so nothing clear. I feel like Dodge City is always in the thick of it. Southwest Kansas does get a lot of severe weather. There's no doubt about that. Lots of hail, lots of wind. Sometimes you get tornadoes. Or landspouts. Or all the above. you can get anything there. Dust nados, drunk nados. They've reported water spouts before. I mean, you know, Kansas is a crazy place, I'll tell you that. You know, I don't see any signs on radar of this still being on the ground, but just in case, if you're in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place. I'm guessing we'll get another update on radar of this here in a moment. Or not on radar, but like a new warning update in a moment. So just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning, as this does continue to move to the east. All right, let's go back down to Kansas once again. Still got a lot of storms in this area, producing the potential for damaging winds, hail, and then potentially, again, a couple landspouts or even an isolated tornado. As of right now, the strongest area of rotation is going to be right along the outflow boundary. Just to the south of Cimarron, we got another one also just east of Cimarron, approaching Dodge City. So a couple landspouts could develop here over the next several minutes. Again, west of Dodge City. There is a tornado possible label on this activity. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning for Dodge City and Spearville for damaging winds upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour. But again, two areas of circulation that we can see clearly on radar, two of which, again, could produce landspouts. So in this area, just continue to stay vigilant and stay weather aware as this activity does continue to push east. There's a pretty strong chance that we could get something with that. What is Stormer Media looking at? I don't know what they were just looking at.
Gotta just get the heart.
Look at that right there. This is near Sublet. Possibly another Landspout or maybe a Dustnado or something. It's all that scuddy activity that we're looking at like 5 minutes ago. By the way, huge shout out to Heather with the $50 Venmo. I will talk about Kansas City soon. I appreciate the generosity. Put some hearts in the chat for Heather. The $50 Venmo. I do appreciate your generosity.
And that's more of a larger.
It's definitely interesting. Possibly another one of those little landspouts, or maybe just some dust kicking up from the downburst winds, one of the two. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Lincoln, Nebraska. Main concern here is going to be damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, so just stay away from windows. Again, just take all those precautions. Stay away from windows, bring loose lawn items inside. If you have any trampolines maybe hanging around outside, make sure that you're hatching those down and making sure that those don't go flying. Still got a confirmed tornado warning back over east of Cotton in Minnesota. No new update on this in the last 10 minutes or so. But if it is still on the ground, it'll likely be a low precip tornado somewhere over in here near Whiteface and north of Shaw. We can't really see much on radar here to confirm any of that, but again, the assumption is that if it is on the ground, it'd be kind of in a low precip area, so maybe not even appearing on radar. New mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center for those in eastern Nebraska and western Iowa. Main concern in this area is going to be hail and wind over the next few hours. That'll continue into the evening. From Carroll and Denison, Iowa, back into Lincoln, Superior, and Fairbury, and Beatrice in southeastern Nebraska. There was apparently a tornado earlier today in France, by the way. So we had a tornado in France. Let's go back to Stormer Media here for a second. They're looking at the storm again in southwest Kansas right now.
See, that's downbursting right there, because there's now 70 dBz in there. But I don't know if you could see the beginnings of whatever this. This is here.
All right, here's the latest on this storm again here in Minnesota. Looks like we have some new circulation developing here east of Cotton, so we could get something out of that. But again, I'm just not super confident we're going to get another tornado out of this. We could still have something on the ground, but no new updates in the last 15 minutes. And once again, this was confirmed by law enforcement as of approximately 15 minutes ago. We've had no new updates since. But if you're in the pink polygon, just continue to stay in your safe place. We're going to go back to Kansas. Update you on the landspouts. We still have very strong rotation south of Cimarron and also east of Cimarron here in southwestern Kansas. So still two very strong areas of circulation. Again, either of these could produce, tornadoes or even landspouts. Presumably, though, these would be landspouts as they're, not attached to the updraft. As these move to the south and east, they're going to continue to produce that threat near Highway 50. Again, this is happening just west of Dodge City. So if you're in this area, once again, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. Looks like we have another one developing also just to the southeast of Sublet. I believe Connor is much further south of Sublet. I think Stormrunner Media is in this area. Let me check.
No, I'm just saying you can see it from right there.
I don't know exactly where they are.
That little thing extending down?
They might be further south too. But it looks like there's a landspout developing there just southeast of Sublet.
Where you had.
Here's the latest scan. There's definitely something there. Just to the southeast and east-southeast of Sublet. In Kansas. Also, the initial landspout that we had back over near Highway 50, that's probably occluding now. Still have one ongoing south of Cimarron. And also, the tornado warning has now been canceled in Minnesota entirely. So that has now been canceled. So they have gone ahead and lifted that warning for now. Brandon is in France. He could have chased. I bet he's really going to be regretting not chasing today. But his wedding, whatever, I think he was going to a wedding. That might have been today. He did mention if there was any big, severe weather days there, he would go chasing. I don't blame him. That'd been pretty crazy. Imagine him chasing there from France. It'd be legitimately insane. And this right here that I just circled, probably a landspout that's in progress just south of Cimarron. No warning on this as of right now when it comes to a tornado warning, but more than likely we have a landspout ongoing there right now. Here's a live shot from Dodge City right now. You can actually see the storm clouds starting to approach right now. So this is the leading edge of the storm activity. This is in the Dodge City area near US 400. Pretty ominous skies right now. And damaging winds of 60 to 70 will be the main concern going towards Dodge City. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible label for Meade and Liberal back into Montezuma, Sublet, and Santanta. Main concern here is going to be damaging winds up to 60, quarter-sized hail. There is a tornado possible label, and that right there is southeast of Sublet is where we definitely have rotation, and we could get a tornado with this as it moves off to the east. This one honestly looks pretty imminent to me. It might even be on the ground. So, southeast of Sublet, just south of Copeland. Make sure that you're staying in your safe place. Imagine there's just a tornado in the backdrop of your wedding. That would be insane. That would be insane. And friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Like the stream as well if you've been finding it informative. Let's go back to our... Actually, we'll wait here for a second. Radar scan's coming in. And yeah, still some strong rotation right now south of Copeland. Here in Kansas. And we could get a landspout or maybe even a tornado with that as it moves down to the east-southeast and kind of moving more east right now. Easterly track would bring, if there is a landspout with this, it would be going east just south of Copeland, eventually going towards Highway 23. Pretty rural areas once again. Just to the south of Montezuma. And this is 5 minutes old. We'll have another scan in a second. But we still have strong circulation just south of Cimarron and west of Dodge City. So just waiting for a new scan here. How's my vacation? It was very relaxing. Very, very relaxing. It's nice to get a break. No doubt about that. The velocities didn't update here for some reason. This if there is a you know, landspout here, it's probably gonna be a drunk landspout, meaning that this is like stationary or even moving kind of down to the south, so it really doesn't have a whole lot of motion here. And again, this is currently just kind of stationary. And again, a drunk NATO or even, you know, a landspout at the top right of your screen, kind of an explanation. And it's usually just a very slow moving or stationary tornado or landspout that has no direction really. So it could go any direction. It could go north, south, east, or west. And so that's kind of what we're seeing here, at least right now, west of Dodge City. Thank you, Coach Rick, for the $4.99. No problem at all. I'm glad to be back. Thank you, Heather, for the $1.99. Thank you, Jeff, for the $1.99. Topeka, Kansas, and even near Kansas City, it should be mostly a wind concern over there. I wouldn't be too concerned about anything else. Mostly wind, hail, maybe an isolated brief spin up, but nothing too crazy. What's the difference between a spin up and an actual tornado? I mean, a spin up can just be something like a, you know, little brief, like something like, I don't know. There's not really a great example here on radar. You could kind of say, like, I guess you can kind of make this an example right here. So this right here, just kind of a little quick spin up, but that's not even really a spin up. That's more of an actual probably Landspout that happened. But if that rotation was a bit broader, that's what I'd be talking about. Something that quickly spins up, maybe some sort of brief funnel, maybe some sort of very brief tornado, and that'd be about it. That's probably what that just did. And then this southern one south of Cimarron now, that rotation's broadened out, so that one's kind of done for the time being. And then the storm that's south of Copeland still has some rotation, which again could be a Landspout. Thank you, by the way, Amy and Suzanne and Jody for all picking up merch on shopmaxvelocity.net. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you to anybody, by the way, supporting our merchandise store. The Drunk NATO collection is out. I'm actually wearing a Max Velocity t-shirt today. Very comfortable. How ironic. Pennsylvania is mostly isolated wind and hail. We're really not covering Pennsylvania a whole lot today unless something goes crazy. Even then, I don't think there's no warnings right now in Pennsylvania. Or actually, no, there are. Never mind, there's two. But they're all mostly just wind related. Look at this, by the way, back over north of Dodge City. Velocities are picking up on some pretty high winds, upwards of 70-mile-per-hour winds right now, that are currently moving in the direction of the radar site, going towards Dodge City. So, significant area of damaging winds right now, moving down to the southeast. Going right in the direction of Dodge City and Spearville. Landspout Central. That's what Kansas is all about. So lots of Landspouts here, especially during this time of the year. It's a pretty primed area for Landspouts. Yeah, outflow boundary madness, and they turn into Landspouts. Still got some broad circulation near Little Falls and Melrose in Minnesota. Yeah, I'm just not seeing anything that looks super imminent. Again, this tornado watch does go until 8 o'clock. Most of the all the tornado warnings actually in Minnesota today have been up in here. So everything's been north of Duluth, near Grand Rapids and Virginia and Ellie. Aside from that, like that's been the bulk of where the activity's been today when it comes to tornado warnings. So good news so far is it's not really been impacting the high population areas like Minneapolis, which again I think you'll get storms later, but at least for right now it's been pretty quiet. Again, this is Storm Murder Media right now. They're looking at this storm near Sublet. It's a little impressive looking storm here.
Yeah, I know, Ruth.
A Landspout is essentially just a very weak type of tornado that happens when it's not connected to an updraft of a supercell or thunderstorm. It's usually just kind of not attached to the updraft, so they're usually
I
weaker.
don't quite understand it, yeah.
The 18Z went to a 10%.
Wow. It's getting very dark in Dodge City right now. This is a live shot. We're looking at this like 8 minutes ago or something like that. The dark clouds are starting to roll in. And if you're in Dodge City, you can expect damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. And perhaps even maybe an isolated Landspout. But the highest wind threat right now is on the northwest side of town. We got another velocity scan coming in, so we'll wait here. It's a tornado wannabe. That's a great analogy. Yes. Basically what it is. All right, here's the latest velocity scan. Yeah, we got a huge area here of wind. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Still got a pretty large area of damaging winds currently north and northwest of Dodge City. Upwards of 60 to 65 miles per hour can be expected in this area. But this right here is your outflow boundary. So again, all these storms predominantly outflow driven. Any storms that can stay near that outflow boundary could produce landspouts and or tornadoes. So that threat still exists. Could have another landspout on going just southeast of Cimarron. There's still some rotation there right along the outflow boundary, north of Huggard and north of Ensign. So that's still an ongoing threat. I want to go to Connor Croft here real quick. Connor right now is looking at some rising scud activity. See that right there in the middle of your screen. He's all the way back down near Liberal, Kansas. You can see all that rising scud right there in the middle. Lots of rising motion here still.
Go south right here, I think.
Yeah, probably pretty soon I'll go south. Right here.
Like an option.
Yeah, it's just probably gonna be like a dirt road or something. Before that rain gets heavy.
Yeah.
Get on it.
There are tornado risk tomorrow in South Texas. There sure is. We get a couple of tornadoes from that tropical disturbance.
How long it lasts? Probably not very long.
Didn't
But
show up on maps.
yeah, I know.
So.
I think a little bit south here.
Still very ominous skies here too. All right, back to radar. Again, we still have some broad circulation south of Cimarron. We could have another landspout there. High damaging winds currently approaching Dodge City. New severe thunderstorm warning near Russell and Wilson, right along Interstate 70. We actually might have a live cam here. Let me double check. Well, here's Dodge City first. This is back over in Dodge City, Kansas. So again, rolling in storms right now. Damaging winds up to 70 being a possibility. Let me go back to the Interstate 70 corridor here. It's funky scud. Lots of scud clouds. Always indicates rising motion, and sometimes, again, we can sometimes get tornadoes or even landspouts with them. All right, we don't have any great live shot of this area yet, but damaging winds up to 70. Moving towards Civilian Grove, Grant, and Lucas. And then back over in Nebraska right now. Again, this is all wind moving towards Omaha. We got an outflow boundary right here. So all wind basically moving into the Omaha area. Could get some isolated flash flooding too just north of Omaha, so continue to stay weather aware there. Lincoln's right now in the brunt of where the highest wind threat is, which is up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. So again, continue to stay in your safe place if you are in Lincoln. It is very dark in Lincoln right now, actually. Trying to get a live cam. There's a lot in Lincoln. Yeah, nothing too clear, but mainly a wind threat right now going to Lincoln. Back to Connor real quick. This is Connor's view on that storm. Still a lot of rising scud in southwestern Kansas. And by the way, no severe thunderstorm warnings right now in Minnesota. None at all at this time.
Of course, this storm's trying to like isolate itself randomly.
So random.
Makes no sense. Still behind the front.
Connor's the rotation that Connor Croft is looking at right now, it's kind of above his head, and so you can't really see it, but you can see all that rising scud there. This storm might organize and produce something, so it's something to watch for.
And it hasn't even rained.
We haven't really had a legitimate tornado yet today, aside from the one in Minnesota. At least in Kansas is what I'm talking about. Mostly everything has been, you know, landspout related or just gustnados or dust devils, whatever you want to call it. I mean, there's been a bunch of those sorts of nados. We've had drunk nados, drunk spouts. All that stuff has happened today. But in all honesty, we have not really seen anything when it comes to an actual, like, full-fledged tornado, at least quite yet. This entire area still producing damaging winds and potential for a tornado threat. That rising scud looks amazing. It does look pretty crazy. I remember when I was younger, I had recess outside in elementary school. There was a storm coming. And I didn't know what it was, but I just saw all sorts of rising clouds. and it was scud clouds. But you know, when I was younger, I remember that. It was recess, and all of a sudden, about a mile away, this huge cloud of ground lightning strike hits, and you know, everybody goes inside because you know there's lightning. You know, when you're at recess, I remember that actually for some reason, kind of a crazy moment. That was a storm that actually I think went on to produce a tornado. That was in New Hampshire, so that wasn't even like. That wasn't in like the southern plains or like Texas where, you know, you get tornadoes more frequently. But stuff like that is actually pretty crazy to experience. Just back to Connor. Connor's looking at the storm again back over in southwestern Kansas. A lot of rising scud. It is your origin story? That's not my origin story.
Keeps on back building.
I guess that can be one of them, though.
Flood.
It's not the main one.
Where do we go to chase it?
I don't even know.
There's no towns.
It'd be like just.
There's definitely rotation, by the way, on this storm.
So,
on radar, at least, there's rotation on it.
There it is.
Yeah.
Right
on that
We'll
highway.
see if it stays stationary or not.
Yeah.
Look at that, chat. Decent structure. You got the hail back there. It's one for quarter size. We'll see if
I'll
we
be
can
back
get a
in
more
60
dominant
seconds. Stay tuned.
supercell. If we can get a more dominant supercell, I can see baseballs. Probably a big hail growth layer.
I think we might just be able to sit in the rain core and maybe there's a bunch of peas in there.
Probably. I mean, I can see hail. Like, that's clearly hail.
Yeah.
Like, it's clearly a bunch of small hail.
A bunch of peas, maybe a couple quarters.
Yeah. Probably sit here for a couple minutes, admire the structure, and then we might go in. We might just go in there, chat. See what it's like.
Yeah, it's stationary.
Storms are still moving northeast, but it's just it's back building over the road.
Yeah, core is just, I guess it's like in the same spot.
Yeah.
Just
All
over
right.
and over again.
We are back. I know the stream is labeled as Storm Intermedia and it is Connor Croft. I'm well aware. We are going to fix that hopefully by the next live stream. We got the new stream deck.
Oh, we got outflow
which
right
is
here.
why I'm mentioning this. This stream deck
Already got
will give
outflow
us
right here.
way more ability. Like this has 32 buttons on this
Not
one
good
page.
for tornado potential.
That's all the stuff to use transitions,
up
by the
there.
way. All the transitions that we do is through this.
Sea glows
And so,
all the way over there.
once we
and then we
get
got clear
that
skies, not a cloudless
figured
sky
out,
south of this thing.
we
Look
can
at
do
that
it all in
blue,
the
that
stream
baby
deck.
blue.
So it'll be very easy to transition, and the name will not just stay
big
Storm
time.
Media. Because I have to manually do it right now,
Probably
which is
maybe
annoying,
even
so I know just
accumulating
keep it
hail in
as
the
is.
core there.
But yeah. It'll all be
Right
fixed
above
soon.
us, Bill,
Just
turbulent
not today.
sky.
I was actually able, this is
Could
the
be
one
in
big
there.
thing that I do want to point out. We, on the bottom right of your screen, you can see Storm Intermedia there. We can do this. With a click of a button, we can change between the two. And we actually might go to Storm Intermedia on the actual full cam.
Maybe trying to get a little bit of a...
Yeah, Storm Intermedia is looking at a large lowering developing right now. Near Plains, Kansas.
Can't quite tell. Looks like this is turned outflow dominant.
It's like a wall cloud
This is
developing.
definitely a supercell right here. 201. Get out. They're gonna be in here. We can get them out later.
Why do they come in here though? That's not understandable.
Thank you, John, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. I do appreciate it.
North.
And welcome to the Velocities. Put some hearts in the chat for
It's not
John.
gonna
Is the highest tiered membership on the channel. I do appreciate you becoming a VIP
not- I
Velocity
don't
member.
think-
And thank you, by the way, to the over 60 people that are VIP Velocity members. You guys are very generous for anybody that is in the chat right now that's a VIP Velocity member. I do really appreciate your generosity.
This is...
And again, a lot of the studio upgrades that we're going to have over the next couple months literally directly come from membership funds. So I do appreciate all the members of the channel. We're planning on doing more major upgrades in the next 2 months. So stay tuned for that. More upgrades coming soon.
We're watching with that little thing right there. And why you can see some dust.
There's dust. Yeah, there's
You
dust
can see
on
dust
the
on the
ground.
ground right there.
Thanks.
How the fuck you just do it? Ready?
Huh?
And if you're just tuning in, we are looking in Kansas at a lowering near Plains, Kansas.
Yeah, look at the dust. There's actually a good amount. That's in a circular location.
Get a Doppler radar? Absolutely. I'm pretty sure a Doppler radar costs like $250,000 at least. That's at least what I think my professor told me, so I don't think we can do that.
He's massive, but
Actually, it might be cheaper, I don't know. Depends on how large it is and what it does. I think more than anything.
definitely on the bottom right. It's probably just going to turn into all this is. Like this.
Right.
This is starting to turn that way too now.
Linear.
Alright, back to radar. I was just kind of zooming around here. This is back on the live radar right now. Still got a large area of storms right now moving towards Dodge City. Again, these are very slow-moving storms. The main concern is going to be damaging winds. Right now, north of Dodge City is where the highest damaging wind threat currently resides. So those are damaging winds up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. Moving into Dodge City. Then back over further down to the south and west is where both Connor Croft and Storm Intermedia are on the bottom right of your screen. We still have some circulation just to the west of Kismet and north of Liberal. That is where we're watching currently at a kind of like a lowering, kind of like almost a wall cloud that's developing there. So we're still watching that storm activity very closely. As I mentioned earlier, these storms are barely going to be moving. They are very slow. What that means is that they are going to produce flash flooding. And they're also going to produce the potential for some significant hail and wind that are barely going to be moving that fast. So if you're any in these areas, just be prepared for a long next few hours. Lots of lightning as well. And also, if we end up getting any sort of tornadoes or landspouts, we are in an environment where there's not much steering, which means drunk NATOs are a possibility. And again, you might be wondering, what is a drunk NATO? Well, it's not a thing, but I'm just calling it a drunk NATO. It's basically a tornado or a landspout that barely moves in any direction, or it goes in different directions. It has a lot of turning, like, for example, it starts going east, and then it does a big U-turn back to the west. Like, that's what a drunk NATO would be. So, that is something that is in play today with this sort of environment here in Kansas, especially in southwest Kansas. Back over Minnesota, it's more normalized, because there's actually storm motion up there. And Connor has another dust NATO. Let me go back to him. This is Connor. Another view.
Opening.
Look at that dust over there.
Another dust NATO.
Oh, little gust NATO.
Yeah.
Hey, WD for the $4.99 for the radar Doppler radar fund. Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Moral, for becoming a 1-month member. I just got a cameo for my son, Robbie. He loves it. That's awesome. Yeah, that was my longest cameo ever. It was about 3 minutes long. And honestly, I enjoyed doing it. I do enjoy doing the cameos. I'm glad he enjoyed it. Thank you, Coffin Wood, for the $20 donation.
Big time structure, though. Wow.
I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Coffin Wood, for the $20 donation.
Yeah, toward northwest. Yeah, the storms north are starting to die because they're behind the boundary, and they're not gonna be able to pull it in. They tried.
Big time structure here. Look at that supercell structure.
I can't tell if there's a little bit of increasing rotation on that southern cell. We still haven't decided which one we're really going to go after. The one north of Plains looks pretty decent, but I'm not seeing anything. It looks kind of outflow dominant. That's what the one to the south.
Yeah, the outflow boundary is kind of flying ahead of these as well.
Guys, if we get a Doppler radar, you know we've made it when that happens. I don't know what the actual price is, but I'm pretty sure getting a Doppler radar is extremely expensive. If you want one of the ones that the National Weather Service has, I'm pretty sure those are in the millions, but I could be wrong. I don't remember the exact figure. I've learned it, I just forgot. Because it's not really something I was considering on putting into my budget. It was not in my mind as something I'd be buying. So. Oh, wrong screen. Well, bottom right of your screen, Storm Media is looking at the outflow boundary on this storm activity. You can actually clearly see that on radar. This is the outflow. That's what you're looking at the bottom right there. Big thunderstorms obviously in here. Lots of lightning, wind, hail. Still a potential for an isolated tornado in here, as these storms do continue to track to the east. Looks like we have another possible landspout still trying to develop here near Ensign, southwest of Dodge City. So that's still something to watch for there. And then back over east of Russell, mostly a wind threat up that direction. South of Kearney, we actually have a storm going up towards Kearney right now. We have a live cam in Kearney, so we might see something. Little storm going up towards Minden right now. It's just a little rogue storm producing some hail and wind. Nothing beyond that. Not even wind, really. It's mostly hail. It's a little left-moving storm. We got a lot of storms right now moving towards Omaha. Again, mostly wind. Lots of storms moving into that area right now.
Just that boundary.
Let's go back to Storm Media. They have a pretty cool view of that storm in Kansas. Look at that.
No,
wow. That's a pretty crazy structure right there.
Yeah.
In Plains, Kansas. Thank you, Nina, by the way, for the $5.75 Venmo for the circle refills. I appreciate that. I'm gonna be honest with you, for those in Kansas City, I know Heather asked earlier, I don't think we're really gonna get any severe weather there. I think if any storms arrive there late tonight and tomorrow morning, it'll be mostly just wind. And that's it. I don't know if we'll get that, so.
Very alpha dominant, but
$14,000 is the starting price for a Doppler radar. It's actually cheaper than I thought it was.
oh, that's not what happened.
So either you can buy a brand new Prius, Toyota Prius, or you can get yourself a Doppler radar. Actually, I don't know if that's a brand new Prius. I think that would be a used Prius.
I was like, what?
Thank you, Carvin, for becoming a Velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Jetta, for the $20 super chat. My family lives in Greenfield, Iowa, and I was able to call them a little before the tornado hit. I'm glad I could help. Yeah, that was a scary tornado that we covered in Greenfield.
Down lowering right there.
And that wasn't today, by the way. That was like, a month ago now, but. Radar for sure. I mean, it depends on the capabilities of the radar, though. That's the thing.
What's that?
Button up top left.
Like, if the radar is able to get, like, reflectivity, velocities, correlation coefficient, and all that, I'm all in arms to do something like that. But I don't think it does that. I think it would also have a very low range, meaning it only goes so many miles. I'm not sure how much the Doppler on wheels ones are, but I'm guessing those are probably, according to that figure, I'm guessing those are probably around 50K to 100K. Another little, possibly dustinado there. Middle of your screen.
Losing your shot.
Oh.
So don't worry about chat. I'll take care of it. Alright, you're probably good. We're about to turn. Anyway.
This is the flying trampoline meter for today, somebody was asking. It is a medium risk for flying trampolines. Not a super big risk by any means. But make sure that you're hatching down trampolines, as there could be a few flying trampolines this afternoon and evening. We do have a special weather statement for Omaha, so we might not actually get a severe thunderstorm warning there, so just an FYI. This is back over in Kansas. Really impressive storm structure down here in southwest Kansas right now from Stormchaser Media. By the way, if the audio is too quiet or too loud, just let me know.
Well, that lightning's intense. This is definitely starting. I think this is breaking off. You're right. Look how this is.
So again, this is the storm activity that we're currently looking at in southwestern Kansas, southwest of Dodge City. The audio's too loud and too quiet. Awesome. Yeah, we're gonna fix the audio thing too within the next week or two, hopefully. As long as the weather stays quiet, which tomorrow will be, we will probably have some fixes to some of that stuff with the Stream Deck and whatnot, so that'll be exciting. Speaking of that as well, tomorrow will be pretty quiet. We have a low tornado risk. I just want to show you guys this real quick for those that are wondering about tomorrow. Things actually will quiet down. We have 3 marginal threats of severe weather across the country, kind of all over the place here. We actually do have a tropical storm warning as well up and down the Texas coast. But yeah, overall threat of severe weather very low tomorrow, meaning that we'll probably be able to work on some upgrades tomorrow with the weather studio, kind of get some stuff done, some technical stuff done too for the streams in the future. And also, we might have a members only stream tomorrow night, possibly a Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader live stream or some fun stream. So if you're a member of the channel, that is a possibility tomorrow night. Not guaranteed, but possible. So just letting you know if you're a member of the channel. If you want to become a member, the join button is down below. It's also on the links in the description. This is back to Stormchaser Media. They still have a lowering here back over in Plains, Kansas. I will have live streams during hurricane season. This potential tropical cyclone one I kind of doubt, but thank you, Jeddah, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Appreciate that. So right now, is the audio too quiet or too loud compared to my voice for Stormchaser Media? I need to set it at certain levels. Connor right now is inside of the storm. That we're looking at. It's perfect? Okay. Just peachy? What does that mean? It's peachy? I didn't know that was a term that describes audio.
That looks lower.
Wow, look at that storm. Pretty incredible storm structure here. Near Liberal, Kansas.
Yeah, white cloud.
Yeah, I do.
Tornado risk for central Iowa tonight should be pretty low.
Where this is?
Should be mostly just wind up there, honestly.
Yeah, you got a little finger.
I don't think we're gonna have really any tornado threat. Honestly, Minnesota does not look bad. I gotta be honest with you. Like, I thought Minnesota might be a little bit worse today. Minnesota so far has been pretty dandy. Yeah, it just has not been shabby at all here. So, weather overall in Minnesota, it's been cooperating with everybody. So, it's been nice. Hasn't been too shabby around this part, and at least in this area. Tornado watch does go for 2 more hours, but I don't know if we're really going to see another tornado threat here. The only area that I might, be concerned about would be in here, but even then, any tornado threat should be on the low side of things. So let's just kind of hope it stays that way. Back to Stormchaser Media again. Thank you, Sco, for becoming a minimum velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. We have 20 new members today, by the way. Appreciate anybody that's become a member. You, Coach Rick, for the $4.99. Do you have any advice for somebody who is trying to go to school for meteorology? I mean, I don't really have any advice, really, other than just make sure that you know math. To some extent, at least if you're good at math, I think you'll be fine. Because one of the biggest things with meteorology is that you need to know how to do math. So math is probably the biggest thing, overall, that you should know. If you struggle with math, it's going to be much harder. Because you go through calculus and all that sort of stuff. Whelp him out. Yeah, so some people struggle with math, so if you're not good at math, that's one of the biggest things.
Because like that would both that there's rising scud into that.
Toss in some physics, that too.
Right.
There's physics. I'm great at math until trigonometry.
Yeah.
Don't remind me of cosine and sine.
It is rotating.
And its brother, tangent.
It's also rotating on the southern end. There's 2 areas of rotation.
Oh, those are bad times.
But all your lightning is condensed right here.
Yeah, if you're going to the meteorology degree and you don't know anything about math, womp womp. I mean, I just... It's so hard to do meteorology if you don't know math, because there's just... It's such a math-based program. If you can get help, though, I mean, you can get through it if you have, like, tutor. It just takes a lot of work.
What a beauty of a storm. Whoa.
What?
Have you?
This?
Just ordered my max velocity calculator.
Get that.
We don't sell calculators.
No, you're good. This is the road. Okay, I don't know where the heck this goes to, but...
Wow, this supercell is crazy. Look at that structure. Another good view of the structure here. Yeesh. Really solid structure here in Kansas.
I don't like mothership or something.
Again, near Plains, Kansas, where there's a threat for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Go through all that.
There's still a tornado possible label. We could still get a spin up in here. I do want to point your attention back to the radar real quick. Back over southwest of Dodge City. Still got some rotation near Hagard and Montezuma. So still a little bit of rotation there. And then other than that, I mean, there's really not much else happening. It's mostly in southwest Kansas right now.
Oh, here's our storm, folks. Right near my face. I ain't cool with that. Be right near my face. Not a fan.
What kind of computer do I use Radar Omega on? This is a custom-built computer that we just got. Well, there's a Cloud Lightning Strike. This is a custom-built computer that we just built literally a month ago, so it's not like a specific computer brand. So
It's possible.
if you're a member of the channel, you can I don't know what's going on with the camera, but if you're a member of the channel, you can watch the members-only stream of the breakdown of all the parts that we used and go from there. I don't know what part. I can't remember the parts. The only thing I remember is that we have a GTX 4070 graphics card. It's the only thing I remember.
It's pretty warm. If you're underneath of it.
Guess we're just gonna watch the storm for a few minutes until anything happens. Pretty impressive supercell.
Feels like you're right.
RTX, same thing.
Storming.
Even I didn't even know it was an
I'm glad
RTX. I
it's
thought it was a
sort of an
GTX.
immersive
This is how great
experience.
I am with computers.
Carrie, thank you for the Venmo. Much appreciated.
That members only computer building stream was pretty funny. That was like a 4.5-hour live stream that we did. It was crazy.
Show them the radar really quick. I don't mind doing it right here.
Yeah, even if you're not good with math and you're going into the meteorology degree, I mean, there are tutors and there's usually professor's hours. So you know, don't forget about that stuff. It does exist. So we got some rotation northwest of Kismet. Again, Storm Intermediate is pretty close to this area. They might be near Liberal now, but either way, it's pretty much the same vicinity. Got some rotation back over near the Ensign area that's really developed. So we do have a potential for some sort of landspout, maybe a brief tornado in this area. So something else to watch for here. Near Haggard, just southwest of Dodge City. Aside from that, mostly just wind across the board right now in southwest Kansas. So mostly looking at wind elsewhere. Oops, wrong button. Hey, by the way, Carla, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. This live stream is over 3 hours long. Yeah, we've actually recently had shorter live streams than we did in the spring. Like, in the spring, we had like 8+ hour live streams that felt like almost every day. Recently, it's been much more manageable. We've only had, you know, most of these streams have been between like 3 and 6 hours for the most part, which has been nicer. Nice for a change to have some shorter end live streams. Look at that storm. Well, if we don't get another tornado or anything like that, I mean, this is easily the most beautiful sight that we've seen today when it comes to a supercell. Really impressive storm structure. And think about it this way, we're still 2 hours from sunset, so a lot more of these views probably to come over the next couple hours.
Do like a little panorama for you guys.
Another lightning strike.
How is that not picking up on the lightning strikes? I mean, some of them right there, but I think a decent amount of them are right here.
Any confirmed tornadoes? I think we've at least had 1 or 2.
Yeah.
We had 1 in Minnesota.
Okay, there's one.
Other than that, we may have had 1 in Kansas. We've at least had 1. We've had a lot of gustinados and landspouts so far.
Well, I don't know. Great to see 1,000 of you guys in here, by the way. If you haven't yet, please make sure you're smashing that like button and that subscribe button. We really appreciate it.
Am I double majoring? I am not, no. I'm just going into meteorology. If I double majored, I'd probably lose my mind. I gotta take numerical weather prediction next semester. How painful that's gonna be. You guys don't even know what that means. It means a lot of coding, a lot of math, and a lot of Spain without the S.
Look at that downburst in the middle.
Literally what that is.
See how it's doing that like backwards C on the ground now? You can see it moving.
Yeah, it's much more defined and evident.
That class was easy? Well, you might have had a good professor. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of coding, though. Hey, Wild Child, for another generous $50 super chat. Appreciate that generosity a lot. Wild Child, smarts in the chat for Wild Child. Dinner is on us from the Big Sky Country. I don't know where that is, but I do appreciate your generosity. I don't even know what I'm doing for dinner yet tonight. I had no clue. Do your professors know that I'm famous? Not all of them. A few of them do, kind of. I mean, I don't really consider myself famous, honestly. I just...
There is rotation, actually.
I do weather.
So we've been watching on that bottom, like on the right side of that. We've been watching that. There's also another area of rotation to our south.
I'm liking this area a little bit more, though, personally. Just visually speaking.
Probably because you're closer.
No, just because it looks better.
Yeah, sure. So you're 17 miles away from that versus 8. Don't agree. I do agree. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know where I just ended off after getting muted, but you know, ever since the start, I've never really cared about the fame or anything like that. I think a lot of people think, you know, that's what I'm in it for, or some other people might be in it for that or whatever. You know, honestly, I am not. I've always, you know, just enjoyed doing weather in general and covering weather. So, I mean, I've been doing this for almost 5 years now, which is crazy to think. I mean, I started all on Facebook back in 2020, and then it grew into YouTube in mid-2022, and that's when it took off. And I mean, we've been doing this consistently on YouTube for about 2 years now. And so we've been doing this for quite a while. But, yeah, I mean, it's never been about the fame or anything like that. And I, you know, even if we're at 50,000 subscribers or 250, I'd still be doing the same thing. Maybe not as many upgrades, because, you know, affording all the upgrades that we're going to be doing is going to be costly, but...
We're 20 miles northeast of Limbo right now.
But do tell me how to lower it.
Yeah.
No network.
Something dropping, it looks like Scud.
That was weird. Did you see that?
I wouldn't rule it out.
Yeah, I did see that.
Rotation isn't super strong over here.
That either.
Hey, you carry for the $4.99. Appreciate the generosity.
We've got sort of a lowering just north of Kismet right now, northeast of Liberal, on this cell.
There's something there. I don't know if it's really rotating. Can't really tell from this perspective. You're talking about it now. I got my 250K t-shirt. Love it. I'm glad you love it.
Why did you reset yourself? Last time you started to do that, the positive terminal was starting to come undone.
I got something there in the middle. Can't really tell what it is.
You guys see that little lowering right there? That's trying. It's really trying.
More cloud ground lightning.
Underneath that base. Wow. Underneath that base.
A ton of lightning.
We are 89.
Yeah, I see that storm up there. We got a
Oh, Connor Croft has it too.
well now. So
Connor's actually closer, I think, to this lowering.
A little bit of rotation there. Nothing crazy, but it's there.
I mean, if it's on that front, it can.
That right there. I think that's what I think they're looking at. They're in the same storm, so I think it's the same thing here.
Field south of us,
Okay.
which makes me think either like
This is Connor Croft on this one.
is still south of us.
It seems like that's a giant broad mezzo. The whole thing is broadly spinning.
Something developing here.
Scud on the front side.
Yeah, either or this is just like outflow.
Doesn't really look like it's spinning. I was trying to look at it closely. Well, there's now a tornado warning.
High based.
A new tornado warning
It's
has been
not
issued.
on this storm. Whoa. Okay. Very strong rotation right now near Dodge City. If you're in Dodge City, Kansas, you got to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Very strong rotation on this storm right now. Going towards Dodge City near the Ensign area. It's not the same one that we were just looking at, for the record. So this storm right now, very strong circulation. The velocities just showed right there. Very strong rotation on the southeast side of Ensign. You got to get to your safe place if you're in this warning. That is a very strong rotation, and this will, if it does drop a tornado, it could be on the stronger side of things. This includes Dodge City, Kansas, Ensign, Kansas, and Fort Dodge, Kansas are all included in this warning. So again, very strong rotation on this storm right now, and this definitely could produce a pretty, you know, it could produce a strong tornado if it does develop. So Dodge City, Will Roads, Gardens, Route 283, you all need to be in your safe place. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a live view out of Dodge City right now. Left side of your screen is where we'd be looking for anything over there. We don't really have any great view of anything right now. But the rotation on this storm is very strong. I don't know what this is. There's like some little nub right there. Can't really tell if that... I don't know if that's it. I don't think it is. That might just be like some sort of scud right there. That's kind of gone away. Wow. Okay, if there's a tornado, it's going to be very rain-wrapped. Look at this thing. This thing is wrapped up substantially here. And there is a tornado, it looks like. All right, I think we do have a tornado on the ground. So south of Sayre, we have a tornado in progress, more than likely just southeast of the Ensign area. Small little debris signature now popping up on radar. So this looks like it is a tornado in progress just southwest of Dodge City. Hopefully this just occludes really fast, but right now that rotation's still very strong. Again, this is completely wrapped in rain. So this right here is going to be your tornado that's in progress. Fully rain wrapped. Just to the southeast of Ensign. So again, you gotta get to your safe place right there. A little debris signature popping up. That would be a tornado. Again, mostly farmlands here, but obviously the concern right now is that this is going to be heading in the direction of Dodge City.
Shows you these days are just.
This is the other storm. 1 second. I need to go back to Storm Intermedia. There for you real quick. This is Storm Intermedia on that storm back over in southwestern Kansas, and that's the storm there. So crazy clouds there. I thought we saw something else, but never mind. But again, if you're just tuning in, tornado likely in progress right now, just southwest of Dodge City. Have a small debris signature, not enough to verify it completely, but I do think we do have a tornado here, currently moving in the direction of Dodge City, Kansas. Again, this is a pretty populated area. So if you are in Dodge City, you need to get to your safe place underground, preferably into a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. And it also includes Wright and Ensign in Kansas. As you can see here on the reflectivity, it is a very rain-wrapped tornado that's on the ground. So there's a large curtain of rain that is wrapping this tornado, if it is indeed on the ground, which we do think it is on the ground. It'll be moving in the direction of Highway 283. Again, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. We'll have another radar scan in just a moment, just awaiting for that. You can also see, by the way, that huge inflow as well. I mean, we have a very clean inflow here. There's your hook. It's really impressive how fast this thing formed. I mean, this kind of came out of the blue. You go back a few scans, it was kind of there near Hagard. We kind of briefly talked about it before, but like I didn't really think it would explode like this. It really exploded in intensity very fast. So this is definitely a really quickly developed tornado right along right near the outflow boundary. Very prime environment for a tornado. Yeah, there's about 30,000 people in this warning, so if you know any friends or family in this area, give them a call or text. Make sure that they're getting to their safe place, as we, again, do think that there is a tornado on the ground right now, southwest of Dodge City. And it'll eventually move towards Dodge City, Willwood Gardens, and Ford. Here's the latest radar scan. And yeah, that still looks like a tornado on the ground. So south of Sayre, looks like we still have a tornado in progress right now. Southwest of Dodge City. Waiting for that debris signature to update. We're not seeing any sort of clear debris signature here, but we do again think that there is a tornado on the ground right now. East of Ensign. Moving towards Dodge City. Velocity still showing very strong rotation. No debris signature on the latest scan, which still means that we don't have anything confirmed unless a weather spotter sees something. So nothing official on this storm yet, but still a pretty strong likelihood that we have a tornado on the ground. Again, heading towards Highway 283, on track for Will Roads Gardens, and as well as Dodge City. Yeah, the velocities are pretty strong. I mean, again, I think this is on the ground. We just don't have anything officially confirmed here. So nothing officially confirmed. But I do think that there is a tornado on the ground. Also, Storm Intermedia is saying that there is some rotation above their head.
No, Stan, are you seeing all these dragon
That's back
flies?
over near Kismet, Kansas, which is not confirmed or anything. This is not warned as a tornado warning. But you can see that spin there, a little spiral. A little bit of spin there. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. Again, if you're in Dodge City, Kansas, or Will Roads Gardens, make sure that you're getting to your safe place, as we, again, do think there's a tornado right now moving east-northeast, heading towards Highway 283. That's your area of rotation. It's fully rain-wrapped right now. We got a very strong inflow going into the storm. Here's your hook. Everything's wrapping here, so a lot of spin on this storm for sure. As long as this can kind of hug this outflow boundary, it's probably going to produce a tornado here for a little bit. It also could be quick. We'll see. I mean, right now the velocity is still strong, but that major area, that very large area of a wind field does not look nearly as intense. We'll see. You know, right now this is going through mostly farmland, so we don't have any debris signature on this. We'll see if we end up getting one. It looked like we had a small one before. But as I mentioned before, just nothing super definitive when it comes to the correlation coefficient. This is a tornado warning for Dodge City. Yeah, if you're in Dodge City, you need to get to your safe place. This does include Dodge City. I'll have another radar scan in just a second. All right, here's the latest radar scan. We'll check it out. Oh, let me go back to the live camera in Dodge City right now. Yeah, that Dodge City camera is definitely getting hit by winds. We'll go to it in a second. Wow, that inflow is opening up quite a bit. So we still have a very definitive inflow notch going into the storm. Still no debris signature. We'll see what the velocities show. This is a live shot out of Dodge City while we wait for that. So again, the camera's shaking a lot. Definitely very high winds right now in Dodge City. If there is a tornado, it's going to be behind this camera. We're looking more northeast or east-northeast. So west would be where we're trying to look, which we can't see that. But that would be where the storm is. I'm not sure if this camera will change directions at all. But here's the latest scan. And it looks like it already occluded. So if there was a tornado, which again, we do think there was one, it probably is already occluded. Now, I would still watch this storm very closely. With how organized it already is, we could get another tornado with this particular setup, as there is still a strong inflow. So, and there's also still a hook. So there's definitely a possibility that we do get a tornado with this again. So just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in Dodge City, as we could get another redevelopment on this as it moves to the northeast. Thank you, Dodge, for the 990 or Doge for the 999. Pretty hairy here in southwest Kansas. No problem at all. Yeah, hopefully the weather stays cooperative down there, but it's been pretty crazy. This is, you know, live on the storm near Kismet.
There it is.
Which had some spin. It's mostly been a wind threat thus far, but
You're on the very southern side.
it is definitely ominous over there. If you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning for Dodge City, Will Roads Gardens. Again, we just had an occlusion on the area of rotation, but we could get another area of rotation to develop as this moves east-northeast. This does include Ford and Gray counties in Kansas. And here's a live view out of, again, Dodge City right now. Wind is definitely picking up right now. Just no view of anything right now. That's more on the south side of town, southeast side of town, so we're just kind of awaiting for the storm to get a bit closer to that area. Actually, you can see it better now. Let's go back to the camera. This is a better view of it. You can actually see the wind going in this direction, or possibly, yeah, it looks like it's going in that direction, but very strong winds here. Damaging winds up to 60 to 65, going to be a threat here in the Dodge City area, even if you don't get a tornado. So we're still talking at least about a damaging wind threat here. Do I still post on Facebook? I do. We post on Facebook like all the time. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Yeah, still got an inflow. The outflow boundary is a bit more, you know, detached from the storm, so I don't know if we're gonna have a whole lot of rotation with this, but we still have an inflow. Still got a hook echo. Still got everything that you need for there to be a tornado here. I'm not seeing any debris signature right now. Here's that area of circulation. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on the ground again. We may have just briefly had a tornado on the ground. Nothing officially confirmed by anybody, at least from what I know so far. But more than likely, we at least had a tornado on the ground for probably about 5 or 6 minutes just south of Sayre. It's occluded for the time being. It looks like it might try to recycle, though. So, again, if you're in Dodge City, Will Roads, or Wright, Kansas, make sure that you're in your safe place. Again, it could recycle again as this moves to the east. So, Dodge City and South Dodge all need to continue to be in your safe places, as we could get another tornado with this. It's a really nasty supercell, though. Again, zooming out on this. Pretty classic-looking supercell along an outflow boundary. They just updated the warning. It is still radar-indicated rotation, so again, nothing confirmed on this at this point. But again, still radar-indicated rotation as of right now. I don't think anybody observed this either. I mean, again, we probably had a tornado at the beginning of this warning, but just nothing official. No debris signature or anything like that. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. But this area of rotation will be approaching the south side of Dodge City and Will Roads Gardens over the next few minutes. Well, here's the live shot here in Dodge City now. Rain has actually already moved into the area now. Still very strong winds. Truck drivers are pulled over on this road. I do not blame them.
Oh, fire.
There's a fire over near Kinsman, Kansas.
Gosh, guys, look at that fire right there.
Oh, look at that. Right there in the middle, there's a fire there, too. There's been a lot of fires from the lightning.
That's a lightning-fueled fire. You want to call that in, maybe?
You'll see it in a second, I think.
Or maybe the storm.
There's another fire in Kansas. We've had a lot of fires. We'll go back to that in a second. This is live in Dodge City right now. Very strong winds here right now in Dodge City. Look at that right there. That's the fire. Yet again, another fire from lightning here in southwest Kansas. I think this is at least the third one that I've seen, but there's been a lot of these.
Let me just see 1 second if the precip will put itself out, or if it's gonna...
Unfortunately, this is becoming a very common sight. And with how strong the winds are, it's not going to help.
I didn't be able to get closer, like directly. Get an idea of how big this thing is here. The other thing I worry about.
So again, that's near Kismet, Kansas, and southwest Kansas.
That's why I was going to think it could sort of...
Alright, I'll have another radar scan coming in here in just a second. Let's check this out. And bottom right of your screen will be Stormer Media on that fire. Out quite a bit. Still got a really strong inflow notch and everything as of 4 minutes ago. We'll see if that continues. Really still an impressive supercell here near Dodge City. While we wait for a radar scan, there you go. So this is the latest scan. So yeah, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation anymore. The outflow boundary is kind of off the storm, so it's going to probably struggle a bit more. But continue to stay in your safe place if you're in Dodge City. This is Stormrunner Media responding to that fire there. Or at least seeing the fire. Back over near Kismet, Kansas. And again, a lot of cloud to ground lightning right now. A lot of these fires are being sparked. That's just another fire from the lightning. Hopefully the rain goes into this area and hopefully, you know, kills the fire. But who knows?
Well, let me just confirm roads real fast.
I think that this will probably get taken out by the rain, as long as they're on the east side of the storm, which it looks like they are.
Hello. Okay, well, I mean, it's pretty much out now. Like, I'm looking.
That's a fire right there. It looks like a wheat field or something like that too.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I figured was this rain was gonna put it out.
Is that fire already out?
All right.
Just get taken out by the rain?
Why does it keep making that?
All right, well, the flame is gone. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, flame's gone.
So that fire
guys.
already got taken out
No
by
more
the
smoke.
rain.
Wild though.
No more smoke.
Oh, look at the heavier precip right in front of us.
They have just updated this tornado warning. It is still radar indicated rotation. So again, nothing confirmed on this at this point. And continue to stay in your safe place if you're in the warning. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Nothing confirmed though, as I mentioned before. It is moving off to the east-northeast right now, approaching the south side of Dodge City. I think that fire, I mean, if we go back to Stormwater Media, they're now in rain. I'm pretty sure that fire got, it obviously ignited from the lightning, but I think the rain that just happened just killed the fire. So, I think I think that fire is done, hopefully. But it looks like it was done. We've had a lot of fires from the lightning. There's a lot of cloud ground lightning. A lot of it's happening out in front of the storms or even behind the storms. And that's continuing to cause, you know, basically wildfires out here in Kansas. Now, the hope is that a lot of these just kind of, you know, are quick. Rain goes on them and they just diminish. But it's not a guarantee, especially if the storm stays behind. You know, if the lightning happens behind the storms, that's when it's not guaranteed as much. And there will actually have to be firefighters for that. Something I'm seeing, by the way, on radar, there's some rotation right here. So something to watch for right there. Could have some sort of landspout or something. This is the live shot in Dodge City. You can't see a thing right now in Dodge City. It is very windy and there's like no visibility right now. That's again live on US 400 and US 56 in Dodge City, where this tornado warning is. Wow. This camera is shaking like crazy right now. I wish we could see more. Again, this is the storm that we're talking about. Waiting for a new radar scan. Wind is very strong here. Lots of light. That looked like lightning to me. This camera's still shaking like crazy. And if you're in the south side of Dodge City near Will Roads Gardens, Will Roads in general, just make sure that you're seeking shelter. Still very windy here right now in Dodge City. It is extremely windy right now in Dodge City. I'll have another radar scan in just a moment. Should have that within the next moment or so, or the next like 30 seconds. Still live here in Dodge City. Can't really see much, but it's very windy. Looks like lightning. Doesn't look like power flashes to me. It looks like lightning. We'll have another radar scan in just a moment here. And this is a storm that's near Dodge City, Kansas, just on the south side of Dodge City, near Will Roads Gardens and Will Roads. Near Wright as well. If you're in any of those areas, continue to stay in your safe place. This is the latest radar scan, so we'll check out and see what the velocities look like, see if anything's imminent. So again, if there's a tornado, we'll be looking in here more than likely. Maybe even in here. There's a couple of different spots that I saw on radar. So we'll see what the velocities look like here. No debris signature or anything like that, so nothing confirmed yet. See what the velocities look like. Here's the latest velocity scan. So still broad circulation right along Highway 283. A couple miles to the south of Dodge City. Still have some rotation here too. that is directly south of Dodge City. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we got something with this. So just south of Dodge City there. A little bit more rotation on that particular spot. So something to keep in mind there. Got a couple different spots that we're looking at. That's actually cyclonic rotation that we're looking at right there, south of Dodge City. As long as that is legitimate rotation, which I think it is. Just south of Dodge City. Wow, the wind is still crazy. This is, again, in Dodge City still. This is live. You can see the wind going left to right here on the camera on US 400 and US 56. It is still very windy here. You can't see anything out here. You can see barely see the lights on the road here. You know, if you're driving around these areas, if you're driving near these storms, just take it slow on the roadways. Be very careful. That truck is not taking it slow whatsoever. That truck is flying along right there. If you're a truck driver, also take it slow because the winds can be very high in the Dodge City area. One truck driver on the left side of your screen, I'm pretty sure they're just pulled over. Or they're very slowly creeping up. And we still got some broad rotation as well down here. Near Highway 83, that's north of Liberal in southwest Kansas. So there's still some rotation there as well. And it just doesn't appear as anything that's like super imminent or anything like that. This storm south of Dodge City still has rotation though. There's definitely still some anticyclonic rotation there south of Dodge City. We'll have another radar scan in a moment. Looks like the wind at where that live cam is, which again is at US 400 and US 56. That camera, the wind is a little bit calmer now, but still a lot of lightning, still very low visibility. So again, that's what you can expect really in the Dodge City area. Still watching for the potential of a tornado. So we're just waiting for the next radar scan here. But as I mentioned previously, we likely just had a tornado happen about 15 minutes ago or so back over east of Ensign. Eventually moved through the south side of Sayre, and then it kind of occluded. So we're just kind of seeing if this tries to redevelop, because we still have some circulation there. The south of Dodge City. Alright, while we wait for that, I just want to go back up here really quickly. Omaha looks like all wind. Yeah, so everything in Nebraska right now, mostly wind. Same thing with northern Kansas. Again, the main area of concern right now is in southwestern Kansas. We do have a new radar scan that just came in. See what the velocities look like here. Velocities haven't updated yet. Alright, I'm looking at the latest velocity scan on my phone since it didn't update here. There is still some rotation. It's going to be predominantly back in the hook that's down here. We still have some rotation as well back up near Will Rhodes Gardens. Kind of a couple areas. We got one down in here, and then we also got one back up in here. So a couple different areas of some broad circulation still. So again, if you are in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place. And it's just south of Dodge City, Kansas. Approaching Will Rhodes Gardens. Going towards Ford. Those areas will be on the track of this as this continues to move east. Still light blue box on radar Omega. I don't know what light blue box we're talking about. Yeah, we still don't have any debris signatures right now here. Which is good news so far. Kansas City's not even under a risk for severe weather today. I think it's just a general storm area. I think the main concern, though, if you do get anything, will be like overnight tonight. The main concern would be just some gusty winds. Is Connor not on? Connor is on, but I can flip between the two. Bottom right of your screen. They're basically in the same area right now. Alright, we just got a new radar scan. Velocity should update here. Looks very outflow driven. I think so too. But we can still get tornadoes even if it's outflow driven. It's not super... I mean, it's not like the outflow boundary is like... It's not like this where the outflow boundary is way out here. Right? If the outflow boundary kind of sticks with this storm, we could still get a tornado. I mean, it's not far from the actual updraft itself. Now, will it happen? Will we actually get a tornado? I kind of doubt it at this point. I think the opportunity for that has closed, but we could still get something either up here near the Will Rhodes Gardens or back over here on where the the initial hook was. But even then, down here on the initial hook, it doesn't look as organized. So I'm not super confident we're going to get anything here when it comes to a tornado. I think we already had one, but again, I think it happened at the very beginning of this warning. Yeah, the rotation that happened earlier is basically gone now. Let's go back 14 frames here. I'll kind of show you what we were talking about if you're just tuning in. We initially, I think, had a tornado on the ground near Ensign. This was at approximately 6:44. So about 6:35 p.m. Likely touched down and was on the ground. Was on the ground probably all the way up until 6:50. So probably on the ground for like 6 or 7 minutes. And then it occluded. I think that's when we had a tornado. Again, nothing officially confirmed. We didn't really have a debris signature either. But I do think there was a tornado, just nothing verifiable by radar other than the velocities. And then again, it occluded out after that. And that rotation's very broad now near Will Rhodes Gardens. So it's become predominantly outflow driven now. But could still produce something. Just continue to stay in your safe place until the warning is officially lifted. We should have another radar scan in a moment. While we wait for the next scan, just a friendly reminder, make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're new here. It's free to do. Click the like button down below. It does help get this out to more people as well. Should have another radar scan in just a moment. That was loud. What was loud? Something happened. How's the new system? Try gaming on it. It's amazing. Yeah, this new computer is way better than what we used to have. There's no doubt about that. Everything works really well. Test. All right. This tornado warning does officially expire in 12 minutes unless they cancel it, which they might end up doing. We'll see. There's still rotation. We still got rotation near Will Rhodes Gardens right now. I mean, there's definitely still some circulation there. So we still have some rotation right now near Will Rhodes Gardens. If you're in that area or near Will Rhodes, continue to stay in your safe place It's really the main area of circulation that we have. Further south, it's gone. Definitely still some rotation there, though. Now, if this is on the ground, again, it's probably going to be rain-wrapped, so don't try to look for this. Just stay in your safe place. As the storm does continue to track to the east. Max is my go-to guy for severe weather. I'm glad I can help. While we wait for the scan, I'm just going to go to here for a second. Fill up my water.
23 miles.
That's insane. Those are the strikes I really worry about.
25 miles, actually, from the dead center.
If you're getting CGs way outside where any precip's going to cross,
Yeah,
with all these dead crops, that's going to be an issue. I wouldn't be surprised if there's more brush fires out there somewhere.
I want a custom build. Is there a sponsor for the new build you can shout out? Nobody sponsored this, so I don't really have anybody I can shout out for that. I mean, I custom built this computer. We basically just used the membership funds to be able to get a new computer, and we're also going to do that for probably a second computer and more monitors and stuff, so still a lot of upgrades coming. Now the radar scan should be coming in here in a second. Again, we still have rotation just southeast of Dodge City near Will Roads Gardens. This is right now over Route 400, going to the east-northeast. Aside from that, further south, there isn't a whole lot of rotation down there. This is really the main spot for rotation right now. Look at this. Wow. This is the storm near Dodge City right now. Very ominous skies. Look at that. It's the leading edge of the storm activity here. This is a no passing zone, by the way. If you're wondering. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 70 for this entire area with a tornado possible label. So this tornado warning may just get canceled. We will see. It's the difference between a member and a subscriber. A subscriber, you just hit the subscribe button, it's free. Memberships cost money, but they do give you benefits on the channel. So the join button down below if you want to become a member. Still waiting on a new radar scan here. What's our fly in here? There's always a random fly whenever I'm live streaming. I think it's because I have these bright lights and they just come out and say, hey, look at these lights. You know, because I have like two big bright lights top and, you know, top right and top left of me. A random fly flying around. Do have a new radar scan coming in now. Alright, here's the latest scan. There's still some circulation near Will Roads Gardens. Otherwise, everything down here is gone. So still a little bit of rotation. Just nothing too crazy. See the CC. Yeah, no debris signature, but we still have rotation there. I would continue to stay in your safe place if you're in Will Roads Gardens for the next few minutes, just in case. That's Storm Intermediate, by the way, near Kismet, Kansas. The storm is just severe. Wow! That was crazy timing. Look at that lightning. Cloud ground lightning's been
going due east.
Immaculate today.
It's going to get slammed with precip right here. You may consider going into Kismet and going 54 south a bit. If we think there's anything of interest in there.
Where's that south?
Yeah, kind of like 7 miles to our southwest.
Don't be scared, Gibbons.
I thought there would be more reaction to that CG in the chat. Nobody said a thing. Did you guys see the CG? Or was it just me? Like, nobody said a thing. Usually somebody says, like, wow. We need to get some wows in the chat after seeing that cloud ground lightning strike. Thank you, Jordan, for the $4.99. Appreciate the generosity. What are you eating? I'm just eating some, like, trail mix. Alright, tornado warning has now been canceled. Back to normal warnings once again. Let's get a wow spam in the chat for that CG from Stormrunner Media. I love the wow spam. Let's go back to Stormrunner Media for the time being.
See a couple real quick.
Wait, what rig are you on?
I have that trail mix. It's pretty good. I like it. I got it from Target.
That's what I see. Either we have something going on right here.
Friendly reminder today, today's stream is brought to you by ESP Shelter. If you want a tornado shelter for your own home, or if you live in an apartment or a condo, a storm shelter might be a necessity because, you know, being in a mobile home or anything like that, it's very dangerous for tornadoes, and sometimes even the option you have in a condo building is not safe. And if you need a storm shelter, you can go to espshelter.com, or it's the top link in the description below to get an above-ground storm shelter that will fit your needs. These are very accessible, especially for, like, handicapped people, for example. They're very easy to get in and out of. Lots of cool inventions on these as well, and they can withhold upwards of EF5 intensity when it comes to tornadoes. So if you need a storm shelter, you know, you can go to espshelter.com. Very useful shelters. They will keep you and your family safe during tornado warnings and other natural disaster type events. Again, espshelter.com to pick up an ESP shelter. There's also an affiliate linked one down below as well on Home Depot. And again, I do appreciate ESP Shelter for sponsoring today's live stream. Let's get some wows in the chat for the storm shelter. Wow. Landlord approved? Well, that's another thing. You need a landlord approval. Discount code by chance? We might be able to work something like that in at some point. We'll see. I'll have to talk to them. HOA would have a field day with that. HOAs need to go. I'm telling you. Alright, let's go back to Stormrunner Media.
Let's leave it right there for a second. That would have been an amazing lightning shot to get right there, because that thing was right in this.
It does CGs.
Can you gritty in the storm shelter asking for a friend? I believe you can. There's definitely enough room for that. Also, one other reminder before we go further in the stream. I do want to mention that we do have new merchandise on shopmaxvelocity.net. The link is in the description down below. We have a new Drunknado wine tumbler and pint glass, which are brand new to the collection. And by the way, we have a new Drunknado animation that we've added to the stream as well. So if you know... it's so fantastic. Also, we have a new Max Hydration tumbler. In addition to that, we have some other new merchandise, like a new Max Velocity magnet. A lot of people are asking for that. A new Max Velocity wine tumbler. So if you want to check that out, it's shopmaxvelocity.net. It's also the link in the description down below. And let's get some wows in the chat for the new shopmaxvelocity.net merch. Crazy stuff. Absolutely crazy. Mind-boggling. By the way, flying trampoline merch will be coming back soon. I don't know when, but it will come back at some point soon.
What are you doing, Storm?
Doesn't have all three storms tornado possible.
Flying trampoline animation? We'll get one of those too here soon, don't worry. It's coming. We have a lot of stuff planned right now.
Yeah, they're basically just like, pick one and have fun.
I can't tell if they're like that all three have tornado potential, or they're just doing it just to do it.
Bat radar merch at 100% buy.
so
We might
weird.
add that too soon. I don't know yet.
Look at that little
I don't know what's
funnel.
really coming other than the new flying
little skinny
trampoline
guy
merch.
behind
We
the
don't
actual
have that out yet, but we're gonna have new merch soon for flying trampolines.
The
Our
little rope.
flying trampoline merch 3.0 coming to a store near you.
Scud for sure.
Yeah, it's gone. Oh, it's tilting up.
Any supposed outbreak days in the near future? Not really. Maybe something this weekend, but I don't really know if we're gonna have an outbreak. I don't see any big
Yeah,
outbreaks
see,
really
turn
after
on the
today, though. I
webcam,
mean,
it's
tomorrow
not
and
right.
Thursday look pretty
It's
quiet.
going back and it's gonna stop.
This is what we're looking at for the next few days. This is tomorrow for Wednesday. Got 3 marginal threats of severe weather. And then as we go into the following day, which is going into tossing trampolines on tall trees Thursday, we have another threat of severe weather. This is a marginal threat for the Northeast. So, other than that, I mean, really not much coming for the next couple days. Friday, Saturday, Sunday do look interesting in the Midwest and the Northern Plains. Midwest in particular, I think, is going to get a good shot of severe weather sometime this weekend. So, be prepared for that. Wow.
Certainly interesting looking.
That's something right there. This is Storm Intermedia once again on the storm that is back over here near Kismet, Kansas.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to that point. The little
Looking interesting.
notches right here.
Something's happening.
Just to our southeast.
Gritty forecast for today. If we get to 50 members, I'll do a gritty. We're at 21 right now. We might have a members only stream tomorrow night, so if you want to become a member, it's a join button down below.
The fly?
It is snowing at Montana State at a summer camp as of yesterday. What in the world?
You don't even notice this.
Montana literally saw like a foot of snow yesterday in the mountains.
I'm telling you.
Stop eating them.
We only need 29 members
Ooh,
if you want a
zoom
gritty in today's
suckers,
stream.
though.
29.
There was one over here I had
Don't need 50, just need 29.
6 times. There we go.
And again, if you're just tuning in, this is the storm near Kismet. Yep, there's another CG. Some wows in the chat. More Cloud-to-Ground lightning strikes.
We're glad every single one of you.
Hey,
that
Beyond
is in the chat
WX
is here
for
with
the
us.
$10 super chat. Who would win a fight, the
Yeah,
NAM
there's
3K or the
definitely
HRRR?
You notice that? too?
NAM 3K, honestly, would win the fight when it comes to overhyping stuff and making everything linear, because I've never seen discrete supercells, like, ever on the NAM 3K model. HRRR would probably win, though, when it comes to accuracy. Thank you, Matthew, for the 1 gifted member. Thank you, Heather, for the 10 gifted memberships. I do appreciate it. We are now up to, what is that, 32? Put some hearts in the chat for Heather, and if you got a gifted membership from either Heather or Matthew, make sure to thank them in the chat. You know, this storm right here that we're looking at is actually trying to organize. Near Kismet. Actually, I mean, this is a pretty impressive wall cloud that's developing right now.
Oh, watch it.
It's really organizing.
It doesn't have much room on me.
Thank you, Justin, for becoming a member.
Oh,
Thank you,
man.
Box Person, for also becoming a member.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
This is getting pretty interesting right now.
Lightning going crazy.
Lightning's going cray-cray right now.
Is that showing some spin? Well, the problem is with this storm on radar, you really can't see it because it's
Like
just so
there?
far away.
These are getting pretty close.
From from the radar
I'd
site.
consider rolling your window up.
But on radar, I mean, at least in person, it looks like it's organizing. On radar, I don't really see anything, but we're just really far away from the radar site. There's definitely a lowering there.
Out of here.
We are 16 members away, by the way, from a potential gritty today.
It's trying to form a wall cloud, Sam. It's trying. Certainly.
Yeah, it
it's
looks like
trying.
it's trying to organize. Here's another view of that. Again, this is Storm Runner Media looking at this. Organizing wall cloud right now in southwest Kansas. Thank you, Jordan, for the $19.99. Appreciate the generosity. Dave just bought a Drunk NATO mug and just put a message. I really want to see the gritty live.
They like the fall. They like the.
So funny.
I gotta find
This wall cloud's trying to organize near Kismet.
directly blocking this road now by accident.
There's a little dust on the ground. They just mentioned it. At the bottom of your screen, there's a little dust. It might just be from wind, but something there. Thank you, Sailing Sky and Michael, for becoming members. Thank you, Kevin, for the $4.99.
This road, the entrance.
Shout out to Lexi. Thank you, Chrissy, for becoming a member. Thank you, Riley, for becoming a maximum velocity member.
Yeah, you guys see that little dust pocket?
Appreciate the generosity.
That? Looks interesting.
Here's a distant view, by the way. They haven't zoomed in, but that's a distant view of the storm. So left side of your screen is that wall cloud near Kismet, Kansas. There's definitely a wall cloud there. Again, this is the rotation that we are looking at on radar. I'm guessing is this. Again, we're really far away from the radar site, so it's a bit hard to tell, but I'm guessing it's that. Either that or it's back down near Liberal, which I don't think it's that far south. So there's definitely a lowering on this right now, which is interesting. Where's Connor? I don't know what Connor's doing. I wasn't looking. Let me check. Connor's just waiting in Liberal right now.
1,000 likes, by the way.
He's a bit further down to the south. So I think the wall cloud that we're looking at is actually in Kismet. Or that we were just looking at. They are repositioning. We'll just wait for them to reposition here. Thank you, Hannah, for becoming a member as well. We're 12 members away from a gritty whenever we have time to do it.
It organize, and then it falls apart, and then it organizes, it falls apart. There was dust underneath it, but I can't tell if it's circulation or if it's just outflow.
Yeah, Connor right now, bottom right of your screen, I'll put him up on the bottom right. You can see right now, just a lot of kind of scuddy activity there. Nothing really organized, but that's back down in Liberal. Not the same area of rotation that we're looking at over here near Kismet, which looked like a more organized wall cloud that was developing. Definitely a wall cloud that was growing there. And I believe Storm Intermedia is in downtown Kismet right now, so. You know, on radar, like the latest velocity scan shows this right here, which would be the strongest area of circulation. Go back a few scans. That might just be contamination. That might also be the wall cloud that we were just looking at. This actually might be it. I'm just going based off of where Storm Intermedia is on their tracker, which it says they're in Kismet. They might be further south. I don't know. I have a feeling that they're actually looking at this, which is northeast of Liberal. Which we had a very organized wall cloud, or an organizing wall cloud by the looks of it a moment ago. We're just waiting for them to get back into position. They're driving through town. Alright, here's that view again.
That's the real issue.
Middle right of your screen. That's where we were just looking a moment ago. Thank you, Ivan, for becoming a member.
And Sherry,
and welcome to the Velocities.
Okay, I gotta update that in a moment here, folks.
Nifty, thank you for the super chat.
Here, I'll just get across the street.
A WCG for also becoming a member.
Our wall cloud seems to have faded just a tad.
Yeah, they're just kind of positioning right now. Far right of your screen, though, is where we're looking at that lowering.
There ain't nowhere.
Go back to...
Man, that rear cam would be perfect right now.
I'm just trying to wait and see if Connor sees it, because Connor's further south. Thank you, Brent, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Brent. Appreciate that. How many more do we need? We need 10 more members for a gritty.
It's definitely increasing in velocity.
Apparently Connor gritty yesterday, by the way, believe it or not. He did a gritty on his stream yesterday. Here's the latest scan.
No, that's too...
On radar again, that's where we're looking. It's gonna be on the northeast side of Liberal for that potential for a you know, at least that's where the wall cloud is from what we're seeing. I don't see as much anymore from before, but I don't know exactly how they've repositioned here.
Velocity here.
Still some ragged clouds there. Still some scuddy action there. Was an organizing wall cloud a moment ago, though.
10 miles.
For miles.
No, for this.
Thank you, Muse, for the 10 gifted members. Put some hearts in the chat for Muse, and if you got a gifted member, make sure to thank him. That now gets us to 50 members on the day, and we will do a gritty probably near the end of the stream, which who knows when that'll be. Or we might do one soon. Depending on the trend of this storm. If this storm continues to pose at least some level of a tornado threat, we'll obviously continue to cover this. If we get a break in the action, we might do that gritty sooner.
That makes sense.
Stormer Media just called me out. I have no clue, did they? I didn't hear them if they were talking. Thank you, Joni, for becoming a member. Did they say something that I didn't hear? I wasn't listening. They're a little bit quiet on my end.
Angel, why do you get nervous when you see us on stream? Or when you're in the stream?
Pretty soon we're gonna get blasted by if we don't continue south. Crazy.
I'm trying to get them to repeat if they said something to me.
And we're out of pavement.
Ethan, yes, Dodge City has that storm up there has a tornado possible tag, but so does the storms down here.
Huh? So what do I do right now?
I mean, you're gonna either have to.
I'm waiting for them to respond. I don't know if they said something to me or not. I might have missed it.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're about ready to be passed by everyone else. So you're probably gonna have to go back down here and go down here because there's no roads in between here and everywhere else.
All right.
We're almost on a
Just talking about the velocity couplet? Okay.
Outside of Liberal here.
Wonderful.
And there's the other one.
Would you move to the middle of nowhere, Kansas, if I paid you?
Dun, dun,
no.
dun. Look how dark that got.
Why would I move? I don't know what other than Kansas City. I don't know what's in Kansas. I've never been personally, but like.
How far left are you gonna be able to go?
Yeah, I don't think they were talking about it. Let me go back to radar here. So this is the rotation that we've been talking about. There's still some circulation northeast side of Liberal. So that's where we're watching for that potential for a, that's where I think, at least that's where we think the wall cloud was. Just to the northeast side of Liberal. Not seeing it anymore because there's a lot of rain where they're at. Back over near Dodge City, the wind has all moved through at this point. This storm is still producing damaging winds up to 70. Radar is estimating winds as high as 80 miles per hour. That could be an overestimate, but oh, nope, never mind, it's not. All right, we're on a destructive storm. So east side of Dodge City, now up to a destructive threat of damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. So this is now a destructive storm just to the east of Dodge City. If you are in this warning, you got to treat this as if it's a tornado warning and get to your safe place, get away from windows, and get onto the lowest floor possible, as damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour is expected here over the next several minutes. And that could cause some damage, could send some trampolines flying. There could be flying debris. So this is a pretty dangerous situation here. If you're near Ford, Spearville, Offerly, Buckland, or just west of Mullinville, where the highest wind threat right now is moving to the east. So again, significant damaging wind threat right now here for 80 mile per hour damaging winds. This is a destructive area of storms. Radar's estimating winds up there up to 80 miles per hour. So 85 right there. So there's definitely very high damaging winds here on the east side of Dodge City. It's eventually going to go towards Kinsley, Lewis, Greensburg, Mullinville, Haviland, and Maxville down the road. Also, thank you, Carly, for becoming a member. Is that all flavored water bottle? Matt, it's kind of flavored. It's mostly, it's just real water with like flavoring. So I don't know. I'm guessing that's what you're asking. Go back to Storm Intermediate here for a second.
There's one little downburst right there.
I am watching the live cams, by the way, that are near that storm. See if we can see anything on the storm that's back over there near Dodge City. It's now up to an 80-mile-per-hour damaging wind threat.
They're clear my way. Whoa.
You want to give me the fun part?
What?
Try and navigate around this. This is moving like kind of like east, southeast.
Again, Storm Intermediate is on the storm that's back over near Liberal, Kansas. It did have a wall cloud, so they're just trying to investigate to see if there's anything happening there. Looks like I have some sort of lowering back there. There's still something there near Liberal in southwest Kansas. So as they travel there, I'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned.
Very interesting looking lowering and a strong area of precip right there.
Alright.
That's 3 of them.
Connor Stream funnel. Oh yeah, let's go to Connor Stream. Looks like Connor does have a view of a funnel cloud right now. Yeah, they have a view of a funnel cloud, it looks like.
Really high base,
High
really
base.
cold.
High base funnel cloud. Now we got Scud.
High based and cold. We'll see if our wind shear can.
Possibly
carry
it's possibly a
the
funnel cloud, not confirmed.
Oh, holy crap! Dude!
I was about to step out of the car.
That is the craziest thunder I've ever heard in my life.
So yeah, this is live near Liberal, Kansas. Looks like we have some sort of
No,
funnel
look.
cloud developing.
No,
At
I'm
least
rolling
Scud,
down,
bare
it's
minimum.
Thunder like that, bro.
Okay.
Looks like it's trying to spin a little bit.
Moving at us, yeah. Dude, that thunder was wicked.
Can't tell on the radar. There's just a lot of like. Look at that Scud coming up.
Ripping, Scud's coming up. This thing's trying to organize.
Any MC for the 499? Probably not. If you get anything, main concern would just be gusty winds. Maybe damaging winds at worst case scenario. Yeah, this rotation that we're looking at, it's right above, like literally right above the town of
Trying
Liberal.
to pop out another funnel.
Yeah, it really
right there.
is. Or another high base funnel at once, too.
It's trying.
Problem is, these storms are just so elevated, so the tornado threat naturally is probably gonna be lower.
It's rotating.
Yeah. Trying, guys.
Be right in front of us if it did drop. Right here.
I'm not seeing much. Again, there's like a little bit of spin, but just nothing that looks really clear cut or ready to drop or anything like that.
Huh?
Looks very scuddy to me.
A little bit east in a second.
Yeah.
Look at it's like engulfing us now.
Look behind us.
Yeah, I know.
Look at all the...
Oh! Triple CG in front of us. Dude, we're about to get like struck, bro.
As long as we're in the car, I think we'll be alright.
Yeah. Roll that one up.
Looks a little less organized now.
Yeah, a little cinema bunny right above us.
I know. Dude, it was really trying to reach towards the ground.
It wanted to. That one funnel was like...
What's
going
PDS?
sideways
PDS means particularly dangerous situation.
Watch out, Chad. It might try again.
Might be a big time flood risk in Liberal.
Yeah, Liberal looks like there's going to be major flood risk.
Right here.
Yeah, these storms are going to train for the next few hours, so flooding is definitely going to happen in Liberal. I don't think... I think one of the worst locations for flooding tonight will actually be Liberal. Like, this general area right in here, anywhere even surrounding it, we're going to have this training area of storms developing back to the west, and all these training storms here are going to continue to crash right into Liberal, and that'll eventually create a much more increased flooding threat here across the areas like Liberal and just south of Sublet. So the flooding threat is definitely going to be up there tonight. There's just... it's undoubtable here across this area. I think flooding is going to become a really big concern. We already have a flash flood warning, but we're probably going to get more of those tonight.
See, it looks like it's a little clearer, just like a half mile east.
Yeah, if you look behind us, there's some pretty wild hail shafts.
Hail and rain.
Yeah.
They're repositioning now.
Above us.
Go back to Storm Intermediate here.
I mean, if you want to sit and wait, there's a road that you can take. There's one right there.
That's their view of this storm again near Liberal. Just seems very elevated, and with the storm's training here pretty soon, I do think the tornado threat will struggle.
Okay.
I can't rule it out. Quick update on the storm that's back over here east of Dodge City. Again, we still have a threat for damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. The worst of the wind right now is going right between Highway 50 and 56 back through Highway 400. And all that yellow representing damaging winds that could be exceeding 70 to 80 miles per hour. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place as this goes towards Centerview, Greensburg, Haviland, Lewis, Kingsley, Mullinville, Maxville, Belpre. All those areas will probably be in warnings here pretty soon. As a friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Click the like button down below as well if you're enjoying this stream. It is free to do. If you want to support the page above and beyond, you can become a member. Join button is down below, and there's also a link in the description. And it looks like they're going to be driving right into the rain. Connor says it's trying to wrap. Don't have a view of that yet, though. It is getting very dark, by the way, near Greensburg. Again, this storm is going to be approaching Buckland in Greensburg with the threat of very high damaging winds. This is a shot here a moment ago out of Buckland, which Buckland is an area that just got hit by the high winds, and you can actually see all the dust here. That's all dust there going across the screen. So very dusty out here. That is for sure. Very dusty conditions. A little dusty. We'll keep a close eye if we get any sort of live shots of that very high wind threat here. There's been a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning today, and both Stormrunner Media and Connor Croft been seeing that in real time quite a bit.
I don't know. I mean, I know you're trying to tell me roads, but like, it'd be easier if you just. I don't care which one we do.
By the way, for anybody that's watching from Minnesota, I do want to give you a quick update on Minnesota. Not much is happening here. There hasn't really been much here today. Good news there. We had a tornado watch issued at like 1:30 today. We've had many tornado warnings in northern Minnesota, mostly north of Duluth, but aside from that, there's really been nothing. So it's actually not been too shabby. Most of the storms have remained pretty weak, pretty clustered together. Tornado threat should remain pretty low to 0 for the next several hours. Iowa is under a severe thunderstorm watch, which will go all the way until about 10 o'clock tonight. Mostly just a wind threat. We got wind pushing right towards Des Moines right now. So damaging wind threat bowing out here. Mostly a wind threat as this continues to chug along to the east. So that'll be a continuing threat in those areas. Nebraska is winding down. Still some storms over in parts of southeastern Nebraska, northeastern Kansas. Overall, that activity is kind of fizzling. We've still got some storms near Dodge City and also just south of Garden City, which we will be staying live for probably at least for the next half hour, maybe a bit longer, depending on how things go here. Let's go back to Connor, because he has a view of some sort of spin here. Here's their view right now.
Well, we're probably gonna head back to Liberal and cover flood in Liberal.
Thank you, Matt, for the $4.99 super chat.
Just north of Liberal to start.
No problem. Yeah, I mean, honestly, again, that Maryland, the fact that we even went live for that Maryland tornado outbreak was just spontaneous, because we may have not been live for that if it wasn't for me getting back in time. I was having like Blaze Pizza or something. Barely got back in time to set up that studio. So yeah, that was crazy. Thank you, by the way, to Pam for picking up a Drunk NATO t-shirt on shopmaxvelocity.net. I do appreciate the generosity. And thank you for the kind words.
This is out ahead of all that blue, out on that blue sky.
Dang.
I know. Yeah, that's the move. Right at sunset.
Yeah, it's actually not a tropical storm right now in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah.
So
get ahead of that structure.
Yeah.
I mean, he said he's in.
It's not yet a tropical storm. It might not even become a tropical storm either.
20 miles.
It might just stay as a potential tropical cyclone. We'll see.
I don't know why this town's not showing up for me.
Hey, Jordan for the $1.99. Blaze Pizza is super underrated. Depending on how long this live stream is, I might get Blaze Pizza.
Just a little bit of hail,
Oh,
chat.
we will see. Minnesota is quiet. Minnesota has been quiet today. Yeah, it's been actually a bit surprising how quiet it's been. I really expected at least some activity there, but overall the tornado threat has definitely been on the, you know, not like, I mean, it's not been on the lowest side of things, but it's been pretty low. We had a few tornado warnings really to start the day, you know, around 1 or 2 o'clock.
Actually,
Really just a little after 2 in northern Minnesota. And then after that, it just, there was maybe 1 or 2 warnings after that, and it was pretty quiet after that. So it was definitely just kind of a little event. Wasn't anything too crazy.
Good structure, chat. We're gonna go get that. Gonna drive into this hail core. Tornado threat just below it on this.
Well, we're dropping south towards Turpin, and then we're gonna go east.
We're gonna go back to Stormrunner Media. Connor Croft is now inside the storm.
Okay, I mean.
I don't know if this is really going to do anything when it comes to the tornado threat. I've said that a few times now, but like, it's just such a slow-moving storm. It's going at a snail's pace. And honestly, after, you know, these storms are going to start training together, so the potential of there being a tornado, I think, is very low at this point. The storm.
Question.
It's not zero, but it's very low.
In this area for the rest of the night.
More than likely, yes.
Minnesota has a lot of flooding. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of flooding. That's the biggest thing. But the severe weather definitely did underperform up there. The SPC just came out with their latest outlook for tonight. Still a very elongated slight risk of severe weather from Wisconsin and Minnesota back into the Texas Panhandle. The tornado risk has not updated yet, so we don't have that. The wind threat has also not updated. And the hail threat has also not updated. But the slight risk has been condensed a bit. So this is the area where the slight risk is, and then your marginal is the green shaded area. They do have a smaller marginal threat for tonight for that tropical system to try to produce an isolated tornado in South Texas. Again, mostly just going to be a rainmaker more than anything. They'll produce a ton of rain, but maybe a couple tornadoes tonight.
I went back
and
there,
tomorrow.
I saw my tape kind of came off, so I think there's just water feeding up into the...
Waiting on the tornado
there,
risk
so
to update there.
Want to work right now?
It has updated. Here's your latest tornado risk. So they've downgraded the tornado risk in Wisconsin and Minnesota to a 2%. Still a 2% across the board for a pretty large area. They have actually maintained the 5% in Kansas, which I think is interesting. If we go back to state view, we'll go to Kansas here. So this is the latest update on the 5% tornado risk. It still does include areas from Dodge City back into Liberal. Honestly, though, this is really condensed down to like here now. It's more of a crescent at this point because it's a very thin area. The storms have already happened in Dodge City and also back out to the west. So this is actually probably supposed to be a bit of a smaller area. But either way, that's where the tornado risk is here for the next couple of hours. After 10 o'clock, I think we're done for the most part with the tornado threat. So we really only got an hour or two left. And even then, I don't think it'll be too shabby. All right. No problem, Holly Jolly. Very nice name. Holly Jolly. The Christmas spirit. Do you just cover the Midwest or the whole country? Well, we're right now in the Central Plains, so I'm gonna be honest with you. We definitely cover more than just the Midwest. We cover the entire country. I mean, we predominantly only cover stuff that's happening east of the Rocky Mountains, unless there's something big happening on the West Coast. We really only cover mostly anything that's happening east of the Rocky Mountains. The West Coast usually doesn't have much happening, so.
Oklahoma.
Any idea where this heat wave will be gone? I don't think it's going to be gone for a little while. I talked a lot about it in today's forecast. By the way, for those that watched today's forecast, how do you think it was? I thought today's weather forecast that we made, like the video forecast, was the best one we've ever done. Like, I hands down think it was the best forecast we've ever done. Was today.
That's probably quite annoying. But
like, legitimately, our average view duration on today's video was the highest it's ever been. It's probably like the clearest one that we've had, I think. I thought it was better than the ones we've had in the past. Like, everything that we talked about, I felt like the forecast flowed. Like, sometimes our forecasts don't flow very well. I feel like that one really flowed well. But today's average view duration on that video was the highest it's ever been, so I think it was a good video. Do you write it out on like a teleprompter? I don't script anything. I do not script videos, I do not script live streams, and I really don't... I've done cameos, which honestly, you know, for those that have gotten a cameo for me, which is, for those that don't know, it's a personalized video platform. And I did probably about 25 of them in the last, like, week, mostly for Father's Day, but for some other stuff too. I honestly don't really read off those scripts very much. Like, I do everything off script, even those cameos, which you get the script literally on the screen, so you can actually see what they're telling you to say, basically. I hardly ever read those scripts either, so I don't know what it is with me, but I don't like reading scripts, so I don't really script anything. The only thing I've scripted was the factor ad. There was like some scripting with that, but like that's different. You know, that's something that you kind of have to script out a little bit just so it's organized and flows well. But like, you know, other stuff I don't script. Like even adverses during live streams I don't script at all. So there's really no scripting on my channel. Do I cover wildfires? Not really. We'll cover fires if it's something happening while we're streaming severe weather or something, but I'm not usually going to cover a wildfire. Unless we have, like, Stormchasers, and we also have some good coverage with that. I mean, if we don't have a Stormchaser, there's really not much to cover, or any cameras. It's hard to cover that sort of stuff that way. Should at least have visual of what's happening. Yeah, I do think the weather's starting to wind down quite a bit. I think mostly everything is wind at this point. I think the tornado risk is dying. I think we are getting close to the end of the tornado threat for the most part tonight. Which is good news. You do really good without a script? Yeah, I don't script anything. I really... again, other than doing like an adverse here and there, but that's only for videos. Let's get Scuddy trending. Actually a pretty cool word. We are, by the way, working on new stream overlays, which, again, unrelated to weather, but live streams, we have a lot more improvements coming here soon. I'm excited to get some new stream overlays going. That'll help out overall with the production quality and everything that we do here. So that's another upgrade coming soon. Still have the weather alerts that are coming soon, the alerts that'll pop up on the screen when we have like a tornado warning or something along those lines, but that's still, I think, a little ways out. It's probably another week or two until we have that. I'll do a gritty at the end of the stream, which will more than likely be in about 17 minutes. We'll try to flatten the stream out at 5 hours. Any tornado risk in Southeast Texas? It's a very low chance. Main concern, I think, will be tomorrow, but even then, I think it's a pretty low... It's a low threat. It's tropical stuff overall. It's gonna snow in Paris this week, or this winter. I think it might. We'll see. Maybe it'll snow in Florida. Maybe we'll get some snow in Miami. What are we thinking about that? Some snow in Miami? That sounds great.
I'm worried about it right now.
You know, I don't know what Storm Intermedia is looking at, but it looks like another lowering. But I could be wrong. I don't see anything on radar that looks imminent, so... It's kind of sketchy back there. As a friendly reminder, if you do want to watch, I think we might have a members-only stream tomorrow night, so we might do, like, Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? I'm not sure 100% yet. There's another CG, by the way. Let's get some wows in the chat for that. Cloud to Ground Lightning Strike. But if you want to participate or come to the members-only stream, it's as little as $3 a month. You get exclusive access to members-only streams, chat badges, and much more, and chat emojis. The link is down in the description. It's also the join button. Hello. Alright. My mic keeps getting unplugged. But the link will be in the description. It's also the join button down below, and the link will also be posted in the chat. And it is 100% worth it, in my opinion. Again, we do a lot of exclusive content for the members, so... Definitely recommend you become a member if you want to support the page.
Why?
What do you mean?
What made you start singing that?
I don't know. What channel 9's?
How'd I come up with my name? I don't know if Shelly is still here, but Shelly's one of our chat moderators. It was actually her idea. Literally.
Everyone stopped here.
So, one of our chat moderators came up with that name. The rest is history. What do I expect for Iowa? Mostly wind and hail. And even then, I don't think we'll see much hail. It should be mostly just wind. It's a pretty large line of storms. You can see it on radar here. It's a relatively large line of storms, but it's mostly just wind. Any thoughts on the rotation north of Greensburg? Where's Greenburg? Where's Greensburg at? Tornado watch, by the way, canceled from most of Minnesota. Only a couple counties remain in this watch. Max ignores Wisconsin. I mean, what do you want me to talk about in Wisconsin? The only rotation that's happening in Wisconsin right now is probably at a Taco Bell toilet. I mean, there's nothing happening in Wisconsin right now other than some couple of showers. That's about it. Thank you, Renee, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Why is my Spotify showing? Get out of here. What about later? The storms are going to fall apart by the time they get to Wisconsin. So, I mean, maybe some gusty winds, small hail, but that's about it. There really won't be much in Wisconsin tonight. There's a very low tornado risk right along the border, but I don't think we'll see anything, honestly. It's a very low chance. Oh, Shelly left an hour ago? Okay. If your name really isn't Max, I don't want to know. What? It's Max. Don't. Yeah, my name is John. Yes, absolutely. No, it's Max. That's where the name. I mean, that's where the name originates, anyways. Taco Bell shade should be awarded. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Yeah, for the rest of the night, as I mentioned, southwest Kansas, mostly hail and wind, lots of lightning, flooding rains, a high likelihood across the southwestern quadrant near Liberal and south of Dodge City. And then back over in central Kansas, mostly a wind threat. Back over near Kansas City, I don't really think we'll see much there, honestly. I think really just strong storms up in here in northeastern Kansas and southeastern Nebraska, western Nebraska, or sorry, not western Nebraska, western Iowa, central Iowa, and northern Iowa will be mostly a wind threat with maybe some sort of, you know, isolated hail event happening, maybe a brief spin up, but I think the tornado threat is very low. Minnesota, I think it's really done at this point. We could get something going after sunset, so just stay weather aware if you're back over in like western Wisconsin or eastern Minnesota. And most of these storms predominantly going to be a threat for just some wind, and maybe some lightning, perhaps some large hail. Again, just nothing really too significant. Maybe an isolated brief spin up, but that's about it. So that's what I'm thinking right now for that area.
Pulled off on 64.
Gotcha. Yeah, we just pulled off on 64. We're like 3 miles north of Turpin.
Hex Velocity brand energy drink when? I'm not that big. We do have a Max Velocity, or Max Hydration, I should say, tumbler now. We actually have some Max Velocity, the Max Hydration merch has actually been out for a little while now. We're gonna get like an actual water bottle here soon, but hey, Steven, for the $1.99 gritty, I became a member. I don't think you're a member. You don't have a badge next to you. With that said, I will do a gritty at the end of the stream, which will be here pretty soon.
This is a pretty cool view. Too bad that we're being blocked by a...
It's a pretty incredible view here. Storm Runner Media. Another impressive storm structure here in southwest Kansas. I kind of expected this today, to be honest. I thought there would be a lot of storm structures, which is another reason why I went live today, aside from all the tornado warnings to start the stream. You know, structures like this in Kansas just go hard. No cap.
See, anywhere in here is perfect.
But where? There's a ditch right there.
Still impressive storm clouds here. Thank you, Bitter Steel, for becoming a moderate velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities.
There's a ditch right there too. There's just a sneaky one.
I lost my bottle months ago, and yours makes every stream appearance. Okay. I don't know what that means. It's the best tornado that I've ever seen. The tornado that doesn't impact anybody. It's the best tornado. Unfortunately, almost every tornado impacts somebody nowadays.
Thanks for being here, Shawnee. I just... Okay, never mind. I guess that's a good thing I'm not driving.
They used the one they bought from you? Oh, you got the circle? I'm telling you guys, I don't know what to do about the circle thing. Like, we need to get a sponsor from them at this point. It's just a notorious part of our channel now. I gotta contact them again or something. I don't know. It's hard to get through to them. I don't have any. The only sponsors we have is Storm Shelters, which is ESP Shelter, which is sponsoring today's stream, by the way. If you want an ESP Storm Shelter, you can pick it up with the top link in the description below. We got Radar Omega, and I think that's it. We only have 2 sponsors on the channel right now, which we've never really had sponsors on the channel up until recently, so it's not like a super old thing at this point. Thank you, Deanna, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Can we all contact on your behalf? You can go for it. I don't know what you'll get out of it, though. I don't know if we're really gonna get anywhere with them. The roofing guys, that's Facebook. We have a couple of sponsors on our North Texas Weather Center page on Facebook, but that's not related to our YouTube page because it's a different brand.
Glad you guys are enjoying the spots.
Factor as well, yeah. Factor was a sponsor, but that was just a one-time thing, I think.
John says it's a perfect time.
I have the owner on speed dial. Yeah, right. Culver's is another one. I mean, if we got a Culver sponsorship, that would be insane. Like low-key, that'd be insane. If we get a Culver sponsorship, or if we get a Circle sponsorship, those would both be really crazy. Those would go hard. Those would legitimately go hard.
16-hour days.
DoorDash sponsorship would be lit. That would also be lit. That would literally take care of ordering food for longer streams. Thank you, Jared, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Culver sponsorship could potentially be dangerous. Honestly, it could. That could be dangerous. The amount of cheese curds I would eat in, like, literally a given week would be insane. Be a cheese curd avalanche. It would be... That would be something else.
Well, we appreciate the kind words, Benito.
Max would become a Butterburger? Probably would. By the way, we are currently 58 subscribers from 286. If you've not already, you can become a subscriber by clicking the red button down below. It is free to do. Stay up to date with the latest live streams and videos. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. As I mentioned before, again, severe weather, the tornado threat winding down, I think, for the most part. Mostly a wind and hail threat at this point, with lots of lightning still being a possibility. So just continue to stay weather aware out there and all that sort of jazz. Today's live stream, again, has been brought to you by ESP Shelter. It is espshelter.com. You can pick up a storm shelter that's above ground from espshelter.com. They look like this. They're fantastic, easily accessible, especially if you are handicapped and you need to get an easy accessible storm shelter. This is able to be built right on the same floor. You don't have to, you don't have to go underground, for example. This is just, a little level playing field here if you need a storm shelter. Again, espshelter.com, top link in the description below. These are really solid storm shelters. Again, I can't recommend them enough. They will keep you and your family safe. If you're in a condo or an apartment building or something along those lines, these can also be very helpful because those are not always safe either. So if you want a storm shelter to keep you and your family safe, again, espshelter.com, link in the description. And it is also one of the links that's down below with the actual picture, like the affiliate link. So, but I do appreciate ESP Shelter for sponsoring today's live stream. They are, again, fantastic. Cannot recommend them enough, especially if you live in a mobile home or something along those lines that is not safe to begin with when it comes to severe weather. That can definitely keep you safe. And they are also very easy and cheaper to install than something like a below ground shelter. So definitely check that out if you need a storm shelter. as that is definitely something that'll help you out, and it'll also keep you safe from flash flooding, because flash flood, or at least keep you safe if you get hit by a tornado from flash flooding. Safer than a below ground one, because all the water just drains into that below ground shelter. Thank you, by the way, Jared, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. All right. Wow, this is a crazy view right here. It's actually pretty cool view.
Actually, right there.
Stormer Media is looking at a pretty solid storm right now. It's not time for bats yet. I don't think we're gonna be live until when the bats happen, unfortunately. This will be our first live stream in like forever that we won't be live for the bats. Because every time we've been live, we've been able to see the bats. I don't think we'll be live long enough. Unfortunately. That sunset's pretty beautiful. You know what's even more beautiful? Is ending off with a gritty. Let's do the... Let's gritty it out here. I haven't done a gritty in like 2.5 weeks. We've not been live to do a gritty. So, here we go.
Penina, thank you for the super chat.
Okay, sorry, I need to account for all these donations we got earlier. So, 3,
All right, my mic got unplugged, so we're back. All right, let's do the gritty. You know what's crazy is Connor Croft did that yesterday on his stream, and I didn't know he was gonna do it. He should have told me. I wasn't live yesterday, but he actually grittied yesterday on stream. Get the gritty emojis in the chat. That amazing gritty. With the beautiful sunset, my camera's not even close to my face. There we go.
yeah.
There we go. Alright. Bats have launched, have they? Oh yeah, they have actually. Look at that. Well, we are actually live for the bats launching. Look at that. The bats have launched in Texas. Bottom right of your screen, look at Connor Croft. Holy cow, look at that sunset. That is the perfect way to end the stream. With a beautiful sunset. Wow, that is a very bright orange tinge. This microphone plug is killing me. All right. Let's go full screen. Let's get Connor full screen. Bada bing, bada boom. Look at that thing. Beautiful sunset to end the stream. All right. Well, if you're new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe down below. We are... Well, actually, how many subscribers are we away? We still need 25 subscribers to get to 286. If you've not already, make sure to subscribe to the channel. See if we can hit that before the end of the stream, which is probably going to happen in a second anyway. So, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, like the stream. If you'd enjoyed today's stream and you want more exclusive content, you can become a member with the join button down below. This is not exclusive content, but if you want exclusive content like fun streams and stuff like that, the join button's down below. There's also a link in the description. If you want a storm shelter, again, ESP Shelter is the way to go. ESPshelter.com if you need a storm shelter, which is above ground. Again, that link is at the top of the description, and I do appreciate ESP Shelter for sponsoring today's live stream. Thank you to everybody that super chatted or became a member. Really do appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you to the very generous donations. For anybody that did donate, really helps out the page a lot. More studio upgrades are coming soon. More monitors, probably another computer, all that sort of jazz is coming here soon. So more upgrades to the studio are imminent. I do appreciate, again, everybody tuning in today. We'll be back with another live stream probably this weekend, I think. We won't be live tomorrow or Thursday for severe weather. We might have a members only stream tomorrow or Thursday, possibly a mail opening as well. And by the way, if you want to mail anything to me, fan mail wise, you can fan mail. There's a link down in the description to mail stuff. If you want to send anything, we do fan mail openings for members only as well. So again, the link will also be in the chat if you want to send any fan mail. And so that link's in the chat. It's also down in the description below. Thank you also, Steven, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. All right, we'll see you guys all again soon. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys in the next one. If you're under any warnings, just continue to stay in your safe place. Stay safe, and we'll see you guys all again in the next stream, which again will probably be this weekend for severe weather. Members only stream probably tomorrow or Thursday. Can't guarantee it, but I think we'll have one tomorrow or Thursday. All right, see you guys all again soon. Have a good night, and see you later.